Welcome to the British Crime Series show number 27. We have 3 great shows for you this time. A Dream of Murder, followed by Murder à la Mode, then Battens Drawn. So sit back and enjoy.
Nigel Anthony as Paul, Sean Barrett as Roger, Sheila Grant as Helen, Rosalind Shanks as Jean, and Alan McNaughton as Andrew Forbes, in A Dream of Murder by J.C.W. Brooke.
Nice day for it, anyway.
Better than he deserves.
Oh, really? Paul? Tut, tut, tut.
Now, she won't admit it, but it could be the best thing that could have happened.
Maybe. God, things like this depress hell out of me. Funerals. If I had my way, everyone would be quietly cremated, and that'd be the end of it.
Ha ha.
Wasn't a joke.
Oh, you surprised me.
Where is she, anyway? I said I'd take her back.
Well, last I saw, she was over there.
On her own?
She said she didn't want company.
Ah. Well, I better go and find her. It's going to take a few hours getting back, and I've got some...
Oh, don't tell me. You've got some work to do this evening.
Needs must, brother. Needs must.
May I offer you my sympathy, Mrs. Gray?
Thank you.
It was tragic.
Yes. I'm sorry. Do I know you?
No.
Then...
I'm sorry. I just
What do you want? What are you doing here?
Nothing. I was
You've
just...
no right to be here if you don't know him.
But I did.
How? When?
Doesn't matter. I must go now.
But...
I'm sorry if I upset you.
Helen!
Bye. Good morning.
Helen? You okay?
Who's that man?
A man?
He was here with me just now. Oh, surely you saw him. You must have seen him.
No, I saw someone, yes. What did you want?
What? Nothing.
Look, I've brought the car around. It's about time we were leaving.
Yes. All right.
Here he comes. He's coming to his death. It'll be fun to kill him, won't it? He's stopping to look at the train. Isn't that convenient? We'll see him fall, and the train will hit him, and he'll bounce and bleed, and we can watch, can't we?
So the Irishman looked at the ear and said, "That's not mine. Mine had a pencil behind it."
I've heard it before.
Roger, where do you get them from?
Oh, round and about.
Helen, is there some more coffee?
Oh, yes, of course.
Thank you.
It was a lovely meal.
Yes.
Helen, thank you.
Yes, superb, darling. Superb.
Thank you.
I must get the recipe off you. Try and educate Paul's stomach.
Ha ha.
I'll swear before I knew him he just existed out of tins.
It's not true.
And his flat. Oh, well, you'd know, of course. Not a single picture or decoration.
Oh, Roger saw Mum the other day.
Sorry?
Paul, I was talking.
Oh, it just occurred to me.
He thinks he doesn't want to be reminded of the arid masculinity of his life before you took over, G.
No.
Darling, more coffee?
Oh, thanks.
Well, my life wasn't aridly masculine, as you put it.
Oh, it was.
No, it was self-contained, I admit, but
Only
no.
occasionally with their sweaty jockstraps drying in the oven, eh?
I'd organised my life perfectly okay.
Oh, you think?
What do you mean, so you think?
God, don't get all aggressive. I was merely pointing out that When a beautiful girl like Jean came along, your athletic trusses went out like a shot. Hey, like a shot. I'm quite pleased with that. And in came some Art Nouveau posters of dubious taste.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with my posters.
I'm not saying there is, darling.
Paul, I'd swear your brother's flirting with me.
Oh, not me. I wouldn't dare. He might bonk me on the head with a golf club. How is your handicap, by the way? Still, scratch?
Well, what if it is?
Well,
Jean, more coffee.
Oh, thanks.
What are you going to do when you run out of coffee, darling?
Sorry?
See, for years and years, Jean, my wife has been trying in one form or another to pour oil on the stormy waters between Paul and myself. This evening she's using coffee.
No, I just thought... Sorry.
Thanks.
You said you've seen Mum, Paul.
Yes, last week.
Very dutiful of you.
I don't go as a duty.
I think I might need some more coffee in a minute.
Oh,
It's all right, it's just a joke. How is she?
Which is fine.
Did she give some broad hints as to when you two are finally going to take the plunge?
What?
Into matrimony. What else? Last time I saw her, she mentioned, in the most unsubtle way, how nice a girl Jean was. I agreed with her, of course. Well, an angel... Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say I had a funny dream last night. If funny is the right word.
Oh?
It was most peculiar. Vivid. I was standing on a road in the country, with someone, a child, I think, whispering in my ear.
B.O.
No. It was a railway bridge, one of those little ones you get in the country, and I was waiting for someone. Oh, and the train, of course. I could hear it. Hear them both.
Sounds great so far.
The person I was waiting for, I couldn't see who it was, stopped to watch the train. Well, nothing really happened. But the funny thing was, the voice was urging me to walk over and push him off the bridge into the path of the express. I was going to do it, although I didn't really want to. I just knew he had to die. It really wasn't nice at all. I woke up sitting up.
You never told me.
You were asleep, and anyway...
Did you feel sick?
I did, as a matter of fact, yes. It was quite nauseating. I don't know why.
Did you
That's
hear...
nothing compared with what I dreamt the other week. I thought I was eating a giant marshmallow the size and shape of the post office tower. Now, what I ask you, would Freud have made of that?
I never realised before. You don't like him much, do you?
Who?
Why, Roger, of course. Who else?
Well, he's all right.
That's not the impression I got.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, come on, Paul. It was obvious. I've never seen you so aggressive.
Well, you've seen us together before.
Yes, but...
But what?
Lad, don't start on me. I suppose brothers are always rivals.
We're
to
not
some
rivals. We're not. Well, we might have been as kids, but now I lead my life and he leads his.
As you like. I don't want to argue about it.
You find him attractive, don't you?
I find him amusing,
Oh,
yes.
yes. He's amusing, all right. Well, now what's funny?
Well, you are. One moment you say you're not rivals, and the next you demonstrate, well, jealousy all over the place. Paul, don't get moody, for God's sake. See it in perspective, it doesn't matter.
I'm not getting anything out of perspective.
If you
I'm
say...
not!
All right. We'll drop the subject. Helen wasn't what I expected. Oh, you can talk about her, I take it, without flying off the handle.
In what way?
Well, going all moody.
In what way wasn't Helen what you expected?
Was she so intense? Nervous? Shy, I'd say.
Well, I told you she was shy.
No, but...
She's always been intense.
Yes, maybe, but I didn't know that, did I? Oh, come on, Paul, give a little bit, won't you? Trying to talk to you when you're in this mood is impossible.
Well, then don't bother.
Look, I'm not going to shut up whenever you take it into your head to behave like a sulky little boy. I know your moods wear off, and I know you can be charming, but this evening...
You shouldn't have mentioned the dream.
What?
You should have shut up about it.
I don't understand what you're saying, Paul.
Well, you upset her.
Upset who?
Helen.
How?
By mentioning the dream. Her first husband died like that. Fell over a railway bridge into the path of an express. And Helen has always claimed that he was pushed.
Nightcap?
Sorry?
Drink. Help you sleep.
No, thank you.
Paul was his usual acerbic self, wasn't he? Still, with any luck, she'll sandpaper down some of his rough edges. Not that it can be a picnic living with him. What did you think of her, darling?
Oh, I thought she was very nice.
Better than he deserves. Or perhaps I'm just being jealous. Look, why not leave that?
No, it's better to do it now. Oh, God.
Oh, it's all right, it's all right. It's not broken.
Oh, God.
What is it?
Hold me.
All right. Hmm?
She dreamt about Simon.
Oh.
She did. She dreamt about him.
No, it was just a coincidence, that's all. Come and sit down.
I tried to keep it in while they were here. I didn't want to spoil the evening.
Oh, Paul did his best on that score. You needn't worry.
I got this sick feeling when she said it was at a bridge in the country.
Maybe, but... Well, dreams about bridges must be as common
I've
as...
been feeling tense all day, and when she said...
Darling, it's nothing.
I knew what she was going to say. I knew it was starting all over again.
Shh. Now, don't get yourself into a state over nothing.
It's not nothing. It's happening again.
Now, what on earth do you mean by that?
Get me that drink now, please.
All right. What did you mean it's all...
Nothing. Oh, you know me, darling, always getting upset over nothing.
Here.
Thanks. I was just getting nervous about meeting...
Jean.
Jean, that's right, Jean. I was just getting nervous about meeting her. And when she said... Well, it all boiled up.
Yeah, don't talk, darling, don't talk. Just relax.
But, I mean...
Shh. Take a deep breath. Come on now. Pretend you're Paul doing his press-ups.
I'm sorry.
That's better.
I don't know what I'd do without you, darling.
You'd find a handsome man. No, correction, another handsome man, and live in a villa in the south of France.
I'd go mad without you.
What rubbish you talk sometimes, woman.
Oh, I'm serious.
So am I. You're a damn sight tougher than you think. Now, let's go up.
Roger.
Hmm?
You will sleep with me tonight?
Of course I will.
No, I mean... sleep with me.
Am I being propositioned? Oh, seems that I am. Did you sleep with this woman, defendant? No, my lad. Not a wink.
Well, you were a long time in the bath.
Yes.
I've been lying here wondering how I should apologize.
Oh, I shouldn't bother.
Well, I don't know why exactly. It's Roger, I think, seeing him at home with Helen. But now I'm back, all safe and protected in my own flat.
You can afford to be magnanimous, is that it?
Well, I can see things more clearly. Stand back and... I behaved badly and I apologize. Jean?
I heard. You can't always be doing it, you know.
Doing what?
Getting moody, hurting me, then graciously apologising and expecting to be patted on the head.
No, I'm not expecting to be patted on the head. Well, perhaps just a little pat. An affectionate little pat now and again.
Well, it's no good trying that, going little boyish and charming and butter wouldn't melt in your mouth. I'm not impressed.
No, well, that's a shame. I don't know what else I can try.
Try anything. Just be natural.
Me? Natural? Girl, what are you suggesting?
And now you're imitating.
Imitating who?
I'll risk running straight into another of your black moods and say, Roger.
God. Don't I have a personality of my own, then?
Of course. That's why I live with you. I didn't move in to live with an imitation.
Oh, dear. Well, those China ducks will have to go, then.
I'm serious, Paul. I don't want you to put on an act. I don't like it.
Maybe there's not much there when I'm not acting.
Nonsense.
Well, maybe those moods of mine, maybe they're the real me.
Rubbish, and you know it.
Oh, come to bed, my lover. I'll say no more.
Not yet. I want to do my hair. Oh, tell me about Helen. Was it true what you said about her first husband?
No, yes, it's not a thing we talk about very much.
Oh. Well, if you don't want to talk about
He was
it...
a bastard. She met him at college. Simon, that was his name, Simon Gray.
He was a student as well?
Supposedly. He was younger than her by a couple of years, taking an economics degree. He was still at college when she left and started work. They did in Bristol, this was. I met him just before he died. And I was there. They lived in a very poky little bed-sit. But he was obviously using her as a meal ticket, treated her like dirt, ripping her heart out, sleeping around, taking drugs, pot. He was a bastard. She was devoted to him, real passion for him, she told me. Oh, he was attractive, I'll give him that. Yes, I've always been close to Helen. And seeing her like that, he left her alone for days at a time. And
look, don't get upset.
On the day in question, when he died, he was visiting friends in the country, a sort of a commune. And they said he went for a walk, alone. The body was found the next day, by the railway line. It was badly mangled. Served the bastard right. The post-mortem showed he was high on LSD. It was the best thing that could have happened to her, Helen.
Why does she think he was pushed? Paul?
I don't know. She just said...
You're very fond of her, aren't you?
Who?
Helen?
Yes. Yes, of course. Of course I am.
Here he comes. He's coming to his death. It'll be fun to kill him, won't it? He's stopping to look at the train. Isn't that convenient? We'll see him fall, and the train will hit him, and he'll bounce and bleed, and we can watch, can't we? Nice to be out again, doing things with you. Very nice. Fun. Put your hands out. That's right. All ready to push. Come on. Walk over and push him off.
Roger! Darling, what is it? Darling, are you all right?
Yeah, I think so. It's just a dream, that's all.
What are?
Must have been all that talk. What Jean told us.
You dreamt the same?
What?
Did you have the same dream? Over the bridge? The figure on the bridge and...
No. Just a dream, that's all. It was pretty vivid.
Are you sure it wasn't the same?
Positive. What are you doing out of bed? You'll get cold.
You were sitting up with your arms out in front of you. You were moaning.
Oh, was I? Must have thought I was a pop singer.
You did have the same dream, didn't you?
I suppose I might have done. I don't remember. Now,
I know you had the same dream.
Why, did you have it as well, then? You better get back into bed, darling. You're getting cold.
Can I join you?
You are a one, aren't you?
Can I, please? I need to feel close to you.
Okay. Come on. You not to put those freezing cold feet of yours anywhere near my stomach.
It won't be for long. I know you sleep better. But I
know.
I feel so lonely sometimes.
Don't we all?
I'm frightened.
Yes, I know.
Oh, you don't know how frightened.
Yes.
Tea for two. And scones?
Oh, lovely, thanks.
And scones, please.
Tea and scones for two. Won't be long then.
Thank you. Nice place. I don't think I've been here before.
Yes, it is nice.
Oh, the meal we had yesterday was lovely. I was saying to Paul, real cordon bleu stuff.
Oh, thank you.
Of course, we'll invite you and Roger round soon, but it won't be anything quite so grand.
I hope you didn't think it odd me phoning you, suggesting we meet.
Oh, no, of course not.
I mean, we don't know each other at all, really.
Is there anything wrong, Helen? Can I help?
Oh, no. No, I just wanted to chat, you know. Did you dream again last night?
Dream? No, I slept like a log.
No, you wouldn't have done. Not you, not again.
Paul told me about your first husband. I'm so sorry.
It was Roger who dreamt it last night.
What?
He says he didn't, but I know he did. He doesn't want to upset me, you see. Thinks if he tells me, it'll upset me, so he invents things and refuses to tell the truth. Well, he doesn't know, you see. He doesn't know about the dreams.
Dreams? Plural?
Oh, there's more than one. They go in sequence.
How do you mean?
It gets worse and worse each time. It's more vivid. Powerful. Real. I was sick after the fourth dream.
You were sick after...
Oh, yes, I've dreamt them before, you see. On the 4 nights leading up to Simon's death. The fourth dream is the worst. In the fourth dream, you push the figure over the bridge into the path of the express. You can hear him hit. Even above the train noises, you can hear him hit.
Tea for two and scones, wasn't it?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Here you are.
Thank you. Well, I'll be mother, shall I?
Oh, yes. Thank you. I'd only knock things over. I get clumsy when I'm upset.
Oh, never mind. Do you take...
I've been screwed up about this for years, the dreams. I never knew where Simon was. He never told me where he was going. I used to lie in bed wanting him near me, but I started having these dreams. On a night, those hateful dreams, that awful voice. In the morning after the fourth dream, I was standing up, pushing against the wall in my sleep. There was a knocking on the door. That's what woke me. It was the police. Simon had died. And I was sick. All over the floor, I was sick.
That's terrible.
I'd killed him, you see. I pushed him.
Oh, really?
Well, I did, in my dream. In the last dream. What it builds up to.
Maybe, but well, there's a difference between, well, dreams and reality.
Oh, not those dreams. You don't know how vivid they get. They're more than just dreams.
Oh, but...
I've never told Roger or Paul or anyone. They'd just think I was insane, but...
Oh, I'm sure Paul wouldn't.
Paul would...
Even if what you say is right about the dreams, well, I've dreamt one, and possibly Roger's dreamt one. But you haven't, have you?
Well, don't you understand, Jean? Don't you understand what's happening?
What?
I've worked it all out. I've thought of nothing else since... You and Roger, you've started to dream them for me.
Why?
Oh, so I can't stop them, of course. Or stop them murdering again.
Mr. Forbes, Mr. Bruce.
Oh, come in, Mr. Forbes. Well, now, how do you do?
How do you do?
Please, sit down.
Thank you.
Oh, now, how can I help you?
I want you to trace someone for me. You do that, I trust.
Oh, certainly, as private detectives. But I must point out that in the case of missing persons, the police...
She's not missing, nor has she done anything illegal, as far as I'm aware.
Ah.
I do not think the police would be interested in her. I expect, trace her myself, but there is some urgency in this, so I...
You call in the experts.
Yes.
Yes.
I have been out of contact with her for several years, and now I wish to meet her again.
I see. Well, now, have you thought of advertising?
That would take too long. I must stress the urgency again. I've noted down all the details.
Oh, okay.
Her name is Mrs. Helen Gray, a widow. I suspect she has remarried, but what her present name is, I do not know.
Yes.
She must be found before tomorrow night.
Yes, in our business there's always urgency. I see here you say that she lives in this area.
Yes.
Now, how do you know?
You may just accept that she does.
Ah, mine is not to reason why. I see here there's an inquest into her husband's death.
Yes.
Now, that should help things considerably. Okay, Mr. Forbes, leave it with me. I'll get onto it right away.
Thank you.
Oh, Simon hurt me a great deal. It was all right at first when we were at college. But then he left and we had to get married, and then...
You had to...
I was ill for a while, you see, after we wed. I had to go away, you understand. Well, not for long, just for a few weeks, but... I never realized how weak he was. Weak and arrogant. It was all free love in those days. Acid, flower power, and he went along with it. My upbringing had been very strict and... Well, I couldn't believe it at first. When he took up with me, this lovely man, he was lovely, slim like a cat. When he used to touch me...
You haven't had any of your tea?
I'm possessive. I'm too possessive. I would have driven him away, was driving him away. I think I'm driving... Do you need to be touched, Jean?
Touched?
By Paul, in bed.
Sometimes.
It's a craving with me, physical contact. Roger and I have single beds. I can't stand it sometimes, not being able to reach out and... Well, I know he finds it a bore to make love to me, but it was the same with Simon. After I'd been ill, I ached when he wasn't there. All those nights I knew he was away. Away and in bed with someone else. I toss and turn, alone, and... Well, everything, you see. All my desires, they focus on one person. Always only on one person. And that's where the dreams come in.
How?
Oh, it's the outlet. When you've so much pent-up emotion inside, it's got to come out somewhere. Sometimes it gives your subconscious a raw power. You can't control it. All you can do is see what it does in your dreams, hear that voice, and you're a helpless spectator watching. Well, my subconscious, didn't realise how much I loved Simon. It only knew it was being rejected. So it killed him. It made him fall in front of that train. Do you understand?
I think so, but it sounds pretty fantastic.
Oh, I knew I shouldn't have told you. I knew you couldn't take me seriously, but I
Helen,
had
listen,
to...
look, I do take you seriously, but... Well, look at it from my point of view. I relate to some friends a rather nasty dream I had. And unknowingly, I've touched on a raw nerve. I've brought back to you, I didn't mean to, memories of... Well, let's face it, a very unhappy time in your life.
You're doing what Roger would do. You're being reasonable and calm and smoothing things over.
I was just
I
pointing
should
out...
never have told you.
Oh, Helen. Look, do you admit that when your first husband died, you were a bit upset?
Well, of course I was upset.
Perhaps getting things distorted.
Well, it's easy for you to be rational, Jean, to jump to the obvious conclusions. Don't think I haven't. Well, I've told myself I might have imagined it all in retrospect. I've been through all that, tried to find another explanation, but there isn't one. I haven't imagined it. I did dream those dreams on the night I think I dreamt them. They did happen. Now they're happening again.
Well, maybe. But not with you, as I've said.
In the last dream, the one that's going to be dreamt tomorrow night, he turns round.
Who?
Well, the person on the bridge. He turns round just before you push him. I'll be dreaming that dream. The last dream. The one that counts.
Why you?
Well, because I've got the power, Jean. The power. It's gathering strength at the moment, but it has to come back to me. I'll be the one there when he turns round. I'll be the one who sees who it is. And it won't be Simon. He's dead.
Well, who then?
Have you met Roger's secretary?
No.
Oh, she's very attractive. Svelte is the word, I think. Her name's Sue. It's Sue Harris.
No, I'm sure I don't know her.
Well, he slept with her. I've no proof, but... Oh, she's not the first. He's just like Simon like that. He sleeps around. Finds me boring, you see.
I'm sure he doesn't.
Oh, I'm too intense. I like humour. I scare people away. I don't know why he married me. I always thought perhaps Paul... But, well, he's had enough, Roger. He's going to leave me and go away with her.
Oh, no, I'm sure that's...
hardly a marriage, you see, not in driving him away like I drove Simon away, but what he'll do is one day he'll leave. He'll go away with her and not come back.
So, you think the person in the dream will be his secretary?
Oh, why her?
Well, because you're afraid that... And I'm sure you're wrong.
No. It won't be her. Well, it's not her that's rejecting me. It's not her my subconscious hates. It's Roger. Roger's the one that's going to die.
Yes?
I have Mr. Forbes on the line for you, Mr. Bruce.
Oh. Right, put him through, would you?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Forbes.
Have you made any progress yet?
Well, now, give us a chance, Mr. Forbes. We can't work miracles.
It should be easy enough with the information I gave you.
Well, I admit it's just a case of digging in the right places.
I have to see Mrs. Gray before tomorrow night.
Well, we are doing our best, but I doubt we'll find out today.
Tomorrow morning, then.
Well, we'll see, Mr. Forbes. We'll see.
Sorry, I can't seem to finish this.
Oh. Oh, well, never mind.
No, I've been feeling a bit, I don't know, disorientated all day. I've spent most of my time just staring into space, thinking nothing.
Do you know Roger's secretary?
I've met her a couple of times. Why?
What's she like?
Well, she's not bad. Quite attractive. Quite intelligent, I'd say. Oh, why? Why the interest?
Oh, I was just wondering.
Oh, you've seen Helen today, haven't you?
How did you know that?
Because you asked about his secretary.
I don't follow you.
Doesn't matter.
No, come on, Paul. I'm interested. How did you know?
Because you don't go round asking questions like that out of the blue. You've no reason to.
Maybe, but...
Therefore, you must have seen someone who made you think of Roger's secretary. And the only person I can think of is Helen.
Oh, for a person who's feeling disorientated, that's very astute. We had tea together today.
And I suppose she told you she thinks he's bored with her?
Yes, as a matter of fact, she did.
And she also told you Roger's on the point of running away to New Zealand or somewhere with the...
Sue.
Yes, that's right, Sue.
Not New Zealand exactly, but
Oh,
she...
Jane. Actually, since they've been married, she's been telling anyone who'd care to listen precisely the same thing.
I didn't know that.
He gets through about 3 secretaries a year. Doesn't matter what they look like or how old they are, she forces him to change them.
Why?
Well, what do you think? Jealousy?
I can't imagine she could force him to change.
Well, you've seen her. You know what she's like. She gets nervous, tense, paranoid about him and other women. And I can't blame her, really. He's always been a bit of a lad. Likes women, my brother, always has done since school.
So you think it's possible
I
that
wouldn't put it past him. He's tried it on with you, hasn't he?
When?
Last night.
Oh, that was nothing. Just a bit of friendly flirting, that's all. Was it that upset you?
I wasn't upset.
I think we better change the subject. I don't feel like going through all that again.
You can if you like.
I think not. You're in an odd mood, aren't you?
Yes, I'm just reacting. Opening my mouth and letting the words come out. Ask me anything.
Oh.
I'm serious, go on.
All right. Why didn't you marry Helen?
She never asked me.
You would have done?
Yes, of course I would have done.
You're serious?
No. Next question.
Why did Roger marry her?
She's a good cook.
Oh, no, come on.
Oh, I don't know. Why do people do anything?
Has she had a child?
A child?
Yes. Something she said.
When?
Just after she married Simon, she said...
No, of course she hasn't. The idea, no. No, she would have told me, or Roger.
You're sure? She said she was ill just after they married.
Oh, yes, she was ill, all right. A nervous breakdown of sorts. Well, people do have them, you know.
Do you think she might be building up to another one?
Could be.
If Roger is having affairs, then he's being very cruel.
Why?
Why?
Well, she'd be the same in any case. Whoever she married. He might as well be hung for a sheep as for a lamb. He's henpecked into the ground.
We talked about many things. Her first marriage, her present one, and also about the dream. You remember the one I had? Paul, she says it's not the first time it's been dreamt. What are you looking for?
The road map.
Why?
I'm having to go to Avon tomorrow.
Avon?
Here we are.
Why are you going there?
There's a contract for a new sewage works down there. I'm driving down.
But you won't be back in time.
In time for what? Had you anything planned?
Oh, no.
I'm sorry I didn't warn you earlier, but
I mean, you won't be back by night.
No, I'll have to stay over. And maybe the night following as well. It's an important deal.
Will Sue be going with you?
Of course.
You'll be staying in the same hotel, I suppose.
No, as a matter of fact, we won't. She's got some friends in the area.
Oh, I see.
You don't see it all, darling.
I'm sure other men don't take their secretaries with them.
Some do, some don't. We go through this every single time I have to go away.
Oh, take me with you.
No.
Why not?
Because I've managed for once to build up a very good working relationship with Sue.
I bet you have.
And I don't want you and your jealousy spoiling it. It's been hard enough to... I'm sorry, darling, but you've got nothing to worry about, believe me. Apart from anything else, she's got a boyfriend of at least 8 feet who wrestles alligators for a living.
Well, you wouldn't let that stop you, would you?
It was only a joke.
Oh, you mean she hasn't got a boyfriend?
I don't know what the hell she's got. Our relationship is purely business. It starts at 9 and finishes at 5.
Well, it won't tomorrow, will it?
Oh, no, we'll probably share some fish and chips at 5:05 and I'll feel ever so guilty.
Don't be so cruel.
I'm sorry. You've got to understand, it's hard enough for me to... Well, forge my way ahead in the business world, to coin a cliché, when whenever I have to go away for a few days, for purely legitimate business reasons, I'm subjected to a night of... what we're going through now. That's why I leave off telling you to the last minute. The next thing you'll be hinting, ever so slightly, that you don't trust me.
Where in Avon are you going?
Bath. And Sue is going to be a few miles out.
Bath? But that's where Simon...
Eh? Well, yes, I suppose it must be.
Oh, don't go.
I've got to.
You mustn't go. Send someone else.
There isn't anyone else.
I don't want you going near that place. Or not tomorrow night. You must be with me tomorrow night.
Darling, it's a big contract, the biggest of my career. I have to be there tomorrow, and I can't get back in time. I've no option.
You'll get killed if you go there.
Oh, don't be silly.
Oh, you will. I know you will. Like Simon was killed, you'll get killed.
Oh,
I am a sensible, intelligent man. I am not going to go there, load myself up with drugs and throw myself in front of a train. Only after what I've been through tonight, it might be an idea if I did.
I'm sorry, darling.
Oh, God. I've had enough of this. I'm going to go down to the pub, have a quiet, sane drink, and then come back and go to bed. And tomorrow, I'm going to Bath. All right?
It's, well, an extended delusion, if you like. If you want to discount what she says as true.
Do you?
I don't know. She believes it. Yes.
Oh, what a mess. If she's been going round for years believing such rubbish...
You think it's rubbish?
But of course it is. A dream in 4 parts, culminating in murder, all brought about by sexual neglect. Old Freud would go a bundle on that. She'd be in the textbooks in no time.
What a horrid thing to say.
Well, I mean, I always knew she was a bit... But, I mean, this is too much.
I never thought you'd react like this.
How do you expect me to react?
I don't know, but she needs help, Paul.
Maybe. What do you expect us to do about it? There's nothing we can do.
Well, there's surely something.
Such as?
Well, we could tell Roger.
Oh, what for? It won't make any difference to him.
Oh, for God's sake, Paul, she's in a hell of a state.
Listen. From what you say, she's going to dream the last dream, right?
Yes.
Yes. Now, she's going to have a horrid, vivid dream of her pushing Roger over a bridge, yes? Well, let her. It's probably the best thing that could happen.
What?
Yes, she dreams the dream, she wakes up, and there's Roger, snoring next to her, inescapably alive. Now, if that doesn't knock her daft ideas firmly on the head, then nothing will.
It's not as simple as that, I'm sure. If you'd been with her...
I would have told her exactly the same thing.
The time before, when Simon died, you said you were there.
I was in Bristol, yes.
Well, she must have been having the dreams then.
So?
But did she say anything?
No, she said nothing. About dreams? No, it was all Simon this and Simon that. No, she said nothing about dreaming. She probably just imagined she dreamt
She
them.
says not. She's very insistent on that.
Yeah, well, she's got to be, hasn't she?
I don't know why you're being so callous towards her.
I'm not being callous.
You are. She's desperate, Paul. Desperate and unhappy, and all you can do is...
Be rational?
Hard.
All right. Now, what alternatives have we got?
Alternatives?
Yes, if we make a decision to do something about these dreams, about Helen, what can we do?
I'm not sure.
No, A, we can tell Roger. B, we can wheel her into the nearest mental hospital. C, we can do nothing.
What she wants is to know that Roger cares
Well,
for her.
OK, let's ring him up and tell him to tell her.
But don't be so bloody flippant.
Look, are we going to have an argument about this?
I don't understand why you're reacting as you are. Why don't you show more concern? The last few days... Paul, we used to be happy, you and me. We talked, and it made sense. But now...
Yeah, we're talking.
It's not the same. I'm getting scared to say anything because you just jumped down my throat and...
Now, go on, I'm listening.
Paul, there's no communication between us anymore. You've gone cold and hard and... It frightens me.
Do you want to leave?
Would you care?
Look, I don't know why this conversation suddenly developed into the truth game. No, I don't want you to leave. I want you to stay. Bear with me, Jean. It's not an easy time.
Why not?
It just isn't, that's all.
Sorry.
I thought we were talking about Helen. Oh, look, of course I'm concerned. She's about the oldest friend I have, but I don't know what to do. I don't know what we can do. Dreams. What are dreams, anyway? But, I mean, if we start saying there could be something in them, something in what she says, then what price rationality? What price reason? It's just a frustrated woman, sublimating desires, nothing more. The best thing we can do is to just leave it well alone. Well alone. Nothing to do with me.
Helen? Darling, you awake?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter.
I just lost my wick for a moment. Sorry, I shouldn't have hurt you.
Didn't hurt me.
Oh, we're going to have an argument now about whether I've hurt you or not. Anyway, I'm sorry.
I've said it doesn't matter.
It does matter. Well, I've done the repentant husband bit, so...
Roger.
Hmm? Yes?
Will you be honest with me?
Of course.
About Sue.
What about her?
I know you're sleeping with her.
Oh.
You just have to be honest with me.
All right. I'm sleeping with her. I'm also sleeping with Brigitte Bardot, Jane Fonda, Ina Sharples, and anyone else you care to mention. I'm as promiscuous as hell. That's why I married you. It makes me feel just great, sleeping with these millions and millions of women, and then coming home to torment you by appearing faithful.
Just stay with me tomorrow night. Please.
I can't.
You can leave me after tomorrow night. You can leave me for good if you like. But tomorrow night you must be with me.
What's so special about tomorrow night?
Can't tell you.
Yes, you can.
It's to do with dreams, Roger. Dreams of death.
Here he comes. He's coming to his death. It'll be fun to kill him, won't it? He's stopping to look at the train. Isn't that convenient? We'll see him fall, and the train will hit him, and he'll bounce and bleed, and we can watch, can't we? Nice to be out again, doing things with you. Very nice. Fun. Put your hands out. That's right. All ready to push. Come on. Walk over and push him off. He can't see you. Doesn't even know you exist. But we know we exist, don't we? Yes. I'll always be with you. No one else. Just with you. Now, touch him.
I don't want to.
Paul! Wake up! Paul, wake up! Come on, wake up!
Oh, God.
Are you okay?
I feel sick.
Oh, yeah. Hang on a moment. Now, drink this.
Thanks. I'm standing up. What am I doing? Standing up.
You must have
Oh,
got
yes, of course. Of course I was standing in my dream. Starting to move. Walking. Oh, it was horrible, Jean. Really vile.
She said they get worse, remember?
What?
Helen. She said they get worse.
Of course, Helen. No wonder she...
Well, now can you see why she was so anxious?
Oh, no, it's auto-suggestion. It must be. Can't be anything else. I expected to dream, so I did. But like that... Oh, dreams like that.
Oh, come on. You better get back into bed.
That child is really... But the girl, the one who whispers, she's evil. You can tell she's evil. Oh, my God, I can still hear her. She's real, Jean. She exists.
Get back into bed, Paul.
What?
You're getting cold. Come on.
Oh, yes.
There.
Ever the practical girl, that's you. Oh, thank God you're here. Keep me in touch with sanity.
I do my best.
Who is she?
Who?
The girl. Who is she? There was a child in your dream, wasn't it?
Well, it could have been.
Yes, I've heard her somewhere before.
What?
Well, where it happened. Can you remember where it happened? In your dream, I mean.
As I said, it was a bridge.
Can you remember details?
I expect so. It was pretty vivid.
Well, tell me the details. Oh, Paul. I've got to know the details of your dream.
Why?
To see how they compare, of course. Why else?
You're really taking Helen's idea serious.
Just tell me the details.
If you insist. There was a road, a country road, leading over a railway.
Yes.
It's getting dark, late dusk. Well, it must be autumn, I think, because the leaves are falling off the trees.
There are trees?
Yes. 3 of them. Standing alone in a field in a small clump. They're tall, very stark, and the wind's blowing them slightly. Oh, they're not nice trees, they're ugly.
And where are they?
On the right.
Is there a moon?
Yes.
Describe it.
It's above the trees. Full moon, half obscured by cloud, and it's red and angry. Bloated. Oh, everything's eerie, a real nightmare setting.
Yes, I know.
You dreamt the same?
Yes. Identical.
What are we going to do? Paul?
And there's something else, of course. Where we dreamt, that's where Simon was murdered.
Yes?
Mr. Forbes?
Yes?
Oh, it's Mr. Bruce here. We've managed to trace Mrs. Gray for you. Mr. Forbes, you still there?
Yes, sorry. All right, where's she living?
Well, you were quite right. She does live in this area, and she has married again to a Mr. Roger Cooper.
Cooper.
Yeah. Now, they live at 18 Cameron Street.
Cameron.
Now, that's in the new estate.
Yes, I'll find it. Tell me, did you find out if she's working, or...
No, I'm afraid not. Well, you did say it was urgent.
Has she a child?
Ah, well, you've got me there as well, I'm afraid. If you want more information, then it would be a fairly simple matter.
No. Well, thank you, Mr. Bruce. Send me your bill.
Of course.
As you can see from the enclosed computer-prepared analysis, the Cassian sinking technique is,
highly suitable?
Yeah, highly suitable for your particular problem. Ooh.
Anything wrong, Roger? Helen again.
What do you think? At one stage last night, I nearly promised to send you post-haste back to the typing pool.
Oh, Roger, you promised you'd stick up to her.
I know, but... maybe I should go down tomorrow. Early tomorrow, not today.
You can't. Everything's arranged.
Yes, I know, but...
You mustn't let her walk over you like this. Every time you have
Sue, please, stop pressurizing me. I've had enough.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I just wish I knew. I just wish I knew if there's anything in what she says. Don't ask me what that is, because you simply wouldn't believe it.
Try me.
Now, that's the best offer I've had all day. Sorry not to oblige, but I feel excessively limp.
Oh, dear, there goes my big chance.
Wait until tonight, my love.
Oh, I don't think I can.
You're a grand girl, Sue. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Knowing you...
Oh.
Roger Cooper's office.
Hello. I'd like to speak to Mr. Cooper, please. My name is Jean Blackman.
I'll just see if he's in.
Jean Blackman.
Jean? Oh, Jean, yes, I'll take him.
Oh, he's here for you now.
Thank you.
Jean, what can I do for you?
Roger, I've got to see you.
I'm flattered. Does Paul know?
I told him I was going to phone you, yes.
Oh, well, you can't win them all.
It's about Helen.
Huh?
Can we meet this morning?
I'm pretty busy.
It is important.
Okay. Far be it from me to miss an assignation with a pretty girl. Do you know the Grapes?
Yes.
I'll be there about 11:30.
Oh, fine. I'll let Paul know.
Tut, tut, tut. You are a spoil sport.
Oh, go on. See you. Bye.
Bye for now.
Yes?
Mrs. Cooper?
Yes?
My name is Forbes, Andrew Forbes. Perhaps you don't remember me.
You're the man in the churchyard.
Yes.
What do you want? Why?
I'd hoped I would not need to see you again.
What are you doing here? What do you want from me?
To talk to you.
Talk to me? What about?
It's difficult to explain, but... Mrs. Cooper, I have been dreaming too.
She's told you?
Yes, last night. We had a bit of a row and, well, it all came out, as they say. But Paul dreamt, you said?
Yes. He woke up standing at the side of the bed with his arms out in front of him.
Oh, that's one up on me. I only sat up.
Roger, do you think there's anything in it, in what Helen says?
I don't know. It sounds plausible. But I'm a simple sort of person. I just amble through life as best I can, trying not to hurt people. Something like this. What does Paul think?
I don't know. I can't make out his reactions.
As if anyone ever could.
He's not consistent. He's aggressive one moment and peaceable the next. 1 minute he won't talk about it, and the next, well, he turns round and cracks a joke. I just don't know where I am with him anymore.
You can join the rest of humanity.
I think he's scared and worried. He's been strange about the whole business.
Why do you live with him?
I've often wondered. Oh, no. He can be fun and loving, kind, curiously vulnerable in many ways.
Brings out the mothering instinct, eh?
Perhaps. Or maybe it's as simple as needing people to need you.
Yeah.
I wonder if he'll come. I rang him.
Oh, he'll be here all right. He won't want to leave me alone with you for more than 5 minutes.
Has he always been so jealous?
Right from the word go. Far be it from me to boast. I mean, I'm very proud of being modest.
Oh.
Thank you. I've always been better than him. Academically, socially.
Physically?
Don't be personal.
Oh, I didn't.
No, I know what you mean. Hey, he overtook me there, I must admit. When we were, what, 12, 13? Suddenly devoted all his energies to sport. He made the first 11, set school records. He won a Victor Ladorum. Very proud of that, he was. Set it up on the mantelpiece and polished it religiously every Sunday.
He's still got it.
Oh. It's sad, really. I mean, adolescence should be a time for, well, being Catholic in your interests. To be totally obsessed with physical prowess.
Yes.
We're avoiding the issue, aren't we?
Maybe not, in a way. Roger, he says we were dreaming of the place where Simon was murdered. And he used that word, murdered.
Has he ever been there?
I don't know.
Why did he say murdered?
I don't know. I didn't ask him.
I don't know. Everyone's going around saying I don't know. What do we know? I don't know.
It's serious, Roger.
I know, but I don't know. Oh. Well, there I go again. No, I don't know what to do. I don't. Because there's something I haven't told you.
What?
Well, it so happens that for purely business reasons,
there you are. Having a cosy little chat, are we?
But of course, another 5 minutes, and I'd have stolen her away from you.
Aha.
Hello, Paul. I'm glad you could make it.
Well, I thought I might as well. I mean, it's not often I get a ringside seat to watch my brother in action.
What do you mean?
It means that Paul's decided to be aggressive, make such a change.
We've been discussing the dreams.
Ah, yes, the dreams. Well, I've been thinking about them. And I've come to the considered opinion that the best thing we can do is forget all about them. I'm sorry about it, but there it is.
But that's not what you said last night.
No, last night I made a bit of a fool of myself. Won't happen again.
Roger, what were you saying just before Paul arrived? Something about for purely business reasons?
Oh, yes. Yes. This afternoon, for purely business reasons, I have to go to Avon.
Avon?
Bath, to be precise.
Bath? But isn't that
Yes, it is.
Does Helen know?
Yes.
You mustn't go. She must be scared half out of her mind. I mean, you can't go. Not after knowing what she believes about the dreams. Paul, tell him.
I'm telling him nothing. He'll go his own sweet way, whatever I say.
Are you planning to stay the night?
Yes?
Oh, but you can't.
Look, I know how it must sound, but... she told you she thinks I'm having an affair with my secretary?
Yes, I have told Jean about
I do know.
That makes things easier. I'm having what might be called my standard battle with Helen. We have it at frequent intervals, whenever I come into contact with any woman who's halfway attractive. They run a set course, the battles. Rows, sullen silences, the occasional lost temper, tears. I give in the end, it's easier. But I don't want to give in over Sue. She's highly efficient, I like her, I get on with her. Well, she makes my job a damn sight easier.
And she's good in bed, eh?
I imagine she probably is, but I wouldn't know.
No?
But what I'm getting at is all this business about dreams. It all comes from Helen originally. No one else. We wouldn't have thought twice about them if she hadn't... Well, look, she could have invented the whole thing. To make me stay with her tonight. To make me get yet another secretary. Could be no more than another maneuver in our current matrimonial dispute.
When did you tell her you were going to Bath?
Last night.
But I had my dream before.
But she could have found out last week, or the week before, quite easily.
No, you had your dream before as well.
Auto-suggestion. You talked about your dream.
And you're forgetting what Paul said about... Paul, what did you mean last night?
Last night?
When you said we'd both been dreaming.
Oh, well, that was just to scare you. It was nothing. No, I never had a dream at all, if the truth be known. I just thought I'd put the wind up you.
Paul, why are you lying?
Now, forget about the dreams. They're not important. The child doesn't exist.
Child?
Well, the one...
The one that whispers. It's just your imagination, that's all. It's nothing. It doesn't exist. She's not real. She isn't.
Is one of you Mr. Cooper, please?
Yes. Well, we both are.
Well, there's a Mrs. Cooper on the phone. She said it was urgent.
Yes,
Would you just like to come this way?
Helen, won't be long, thank you.
It's just over here, all right?
Paul?
Yes?
You okay?
What?
Relax. You're so tense.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Where's Roger?
On the phone. Helen.
Oh, yes, of course. I wish it was tomorrow. It'll be over then. I can't. Nothing seems real.
I'm real.
How does it go? If I was you and you were me, how could I tell you were you and I was me or something?
Something like that, yes.
We're instantly close again. Stick with me, I need you.
I know.
It builds up and then overflows, and I can watch it happen.
What are you scared of, Paul?
I don't know.
You must know.
Must? That's a funny word to use to someone, a very funny word. Must? I don't feel like being cooperative anymore. Sorry.
Roger Cooper's office.
Sue, it's me.
Roger, are you still at the pub?
Yeah, listen, I may not be able to get to Bath
Oh.
until late this afternoon, so don't start ticking me off. Now, what I want you to do...
She's phoned up, hasn't she? Helen.
Yeah, just now, but...
I knew she would. She phoned here and I told her.
I'm glad you did. And what I want you to do is to go down by train, and I'll get there when I can.
Why? Why
I
can't...
have to go home.
I see.
Look, I can't explain, but just be a good girl and do as I say, will you? Please, Sue?
All right. But you'll phone me?
Yes, before I set out, okay?
Yes.
Fine. I'll see you later.
Right.
Oh, don't forget the files.
No.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Right. Thank you very much indeed.
All right.
Well,
Well?
it was Helen. She was ringing from home. She wants us all back there.
Why?
She's got someone with her who apparently knows all about the dreams.
What?
My husband, Roger.
Roger.
How do you do?
How do you do?
And Jean, Miss Blackman.
How do you do?
And my brother-in-law, Paul.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm glad I got into contact with you, darling. I want...
Yes, Mr. Forbes.
Well, do you remember? At Simon's funeral, there was a man there. Well, you saw him. I'm sure you saw him.
That was you?
Yes.
On the phone, my wife said you know about the dream.
I know something about them, yes.
How?
Well, I told you, darling.
I have dreamt them too.
You've dreamt them? On the last 3 nights?
Yes. And also 6 years ago. No, please, let me explain. The time before, I was living close to Bristol. One night I had a dream. A particularly vivid, nasty dream. I'm sure you know what of. Waiting on a bridge, a train approaching, a girl whispering in your ear, urging you to kill. It was like nothing I had ever experienced before. It repeated on the following nights. The same dream, only more powerful, longer. It seriously affected my work. In the 4th dream, like Mrs. Cooper here, I woke up standing up, pressing both hands against the wall. And I was sick. I knew the dreams were not mine. I knew I had been eavesdropping, if you like, on another person's nightmare.
How?
A day or so later, I read in the paper of the death of a young man falling in front of an express. Dates and times were coincidental, too coincidental. I went there, to that bridge near Bath. It was the place I had been dreaming of. I attended the funeral. And then I went home and continued with my normal life. I considered the matter closed. 3 days ago, however...
Mr. Forbes, you're begging a lot of questions. I mean, how, for instance, did you know...
Let him tell it how he likes
Yes,
it, please.
But... All right. I can see you've got my wife thoroughly convinced.
I hope so. As I've said, 3 days ago the dream started again. The same dream, the same power building up, the same evil being created. Before I had not fully realized until the end what was happening. This time, however, I could not stand idle. I employed a detective agency to trace Mrs. Gray, as she then was. This morning they found her. That is why I am here.
I told him I hadn't dreamt yet, but that you have. You've had one each.
That's why I asked her to get you all round here.
Why?
So that we
He's
can...
a medium. A clairvoyant. He wants to hold a séance with us.
A séance? A bloody séance? Oh, my God, a séance?
Why not? Well, anything to stop the dreams, anything.
Yes, but a séance? Any minute now the doors will open and little men in white coats will come in and take us all off to the nearest loony bin.
Shut up, Paul.
Where the hell should I?
I said shut up. What have you been telling my wife?
The truth, as I see it.
Which is?
That the dreams are of psychic origin.
Psychic?
Yes.
What do you mean by psychic?
What it usually means, colloquially. Paranormal.
Supernatural?
Perhaps.
What do you mean, perhaps?
Arguing about definitions will get us nowhere, Mr. Cooper. I know. I've had this kind of conversation many times before. It's amazing the reactions people have to a simple word like clairvoyant. Miss Blackman, you were saying?
Well, yes, I was going to ask... Well, a séance. Why a séance? I mean, it's a...
What daft old ladies do.
Séance is not perhaps quite the right word. What I have to do is contact the child.
Paul, that's what you've been saying all along.
Child? There is no child. But look, I don't know what's going on here. Half an hour ago we were sitting in a pub having a drink, and now we're all here talking about bloody séances.
I do not know who the child is or where she comes from, but she undoubtedly exists. She existed 6 years ago, and she exists now. You've all heard her. Perhaps, like me, you have sensed how evil she is.
But there are no children in our family. Well...
There are no children. No.
But the power is another thing altogether. It's separate from the child. The child just uses it.
Mr. Forbes, would you mind answering a few questions? Not about definitions, but just about...
Certainly.
Well, there are several things I want to get cleared up. First, 6 years ago, when Simon died, did the dreams cause it?
You're willing to accept my version of things?
For the sake of argument, yes.
The dreams are not the cause, merely a side effect. They allow you to see the power building up and the form it takes.
This power, where does it come from?
It's me. Well, like I said, when I get nervous and scared and...
It's all right. Is she correct? Is it her?
Your wife is partly psychic. When she's worried...
Oh, you can spell it out. Well, there are no secrets anymore. It's when I can't touch you, and I get afraid.
All right. Sorry. Never really realized before. I just thought...
And Mrs. Cooper, as I've said, has some psychic power. Link that with her frustrations, for want of a better word, and...
And you have something that can kill.
If properly guided, yes.
Does this bring us to the child?
Yes. The child is able to use the power.
How?
Because she is psychic herself. Let me draw an analogy. There's a dam with water piling up behind it. It exerts greater and greater pressure the higher it gets. That is the power within your wife. She cannot control it. The dam is in the way. But the potential is there, and it grows. And in some manner, the child is able to use this reservoir of raw power, channel it for her own ends.
Which is murder?
Yes.
Why?
Because she is warped and twisted.
Who is she?
I do not know.
I think you do.
No. If I knew who she was, I would not be here.
What age is she?
I should say about 10, 11. You've heard...
6 years ago. What age was she then?
She was that age then. She sounded that age before. Darling, I know she was that age.
How do you explain that, Mr. Forbes?
We're talking about psychic forces, and ordinary time doesn't apply, and...
What is it you haven't told us?
Nothing. It's to find out who the child is. We must hold a séance, and...
Why, is she dead? The child, is she dead?
Not in the psychic sense, no, obviously.
Physically, then? Is she dead physically?
Perhaps.
Well, you don't know. What sort of a medium are you if you don't know?
I assure you I'm very competent. I know what I'm doing, trust me.
Why? You come into my house?
Please, darling.
To ask us to trust you?
I know he can help.
All right. We'll leave it. For now. Well, why are the dreams happening again?
Because once again, as 6 years ago, your wife...
She's scared I might leave her?
Yes.
If it were not for these fears, she'd have, to use your analogy, no water building up. No power.
I would say so, yes.
Oh. And allow me to do a noble thing. I won't go to Bath tonight, darling. I'll stay here.
Thank you.
And when I go away again, you'll come with me?
Thank you.
I suddenly feel extremely virtuous.
Well, how touching can you get? The great Roger going sentimental.
Oh.
I've listened to this crap. I've sat here and I've listened to it. Everything coming out in nice, easy packages. She's frustrated, he's going to stay. The power will be gone, no more dreams. And he stands there, a bloody great guru dispensing wisdom, and you sit there and you lap it all up. And you say that this explains this and that explains that and everything is lovely and I'm going to be noble and do the right thing. Well, where does this leave us? It leaves us nowhere. Because the child is lurking. Evil and twisted and stunted. And you can't stop her. Because the power is there. It's got to be used. And it's going to be used. I can hear the train. I can hear it. The train. Oh.
Tickets, please. Thank you. Tickets. Thank you. Tickets, please. Miss?
Oh, sorry. Here.
Thank you. Tickets, please. Thank you.
I've got some water.
Oh, thanks. Paul, here, have some water. Oh. He's unconscious.
What's happened? Do you know what's happened?
Yes, I do. We have found the child.
Paul?
A part of him, yes.
Oh.
A part he has suppressed for many years. Under stress, it surfaced. Leave him alone, Miss Blackman, please.
Oh.
Thank you. Could you draw that chair up, please, Mrs. Cooper?
Yes.
What are you doing?
What I came here to do. Mrs. Cooper, do you trust me?
Yes.
Then link hands with me, please. Thank you.
Roger, he's holding a seance with just the three of them.
Please try not to interfere, either of you. This is quite delicate. Whatever happens, stay clear. Now close your eyes, please, Mrs. Cooper. And just relax.
Roger?
Do as he says.
Close your eyes. That's right. Gentle, easy breaths. Think of nothing. Just relax. Think of nothing. Nothing exists except my voice. Nothing at all. Nothing but my voice. We are relaxed. So calm. So calm. And we are here. Hello. I know you're there. You can come out. Come on. Out you come.
Hello.
Hello. And what's your name?
Paula.
I've been looking for you for a long time, Paula.
Why?
To get to know you.
Why?
Have you always been here, Paula, on this bridge? Come on, Paula, talk to me.
Don't want to. You don't belong here.
But I'm here, aren't I?
Kill you if I want.
You've got no reason to, Paula. You've got no reason to kill anyone.
I'm strong. Very strong, you'll see.
How old are you?
Don't know.
What are you doing here?
Waiting?
Waiting for whom?
We're both waiting.
Who's with you?
She is. She helps me do things. It's fun what we do.
Who is she, Paula?
Don't know.
Come on, Paula, answer me. You do know.
She hates. Kills them.
Why?
Don't like you.
Why does she hate?
Hate you.
You can't hurt me.
I can. I can.
No, you can't.
It's getting closer. The train. It's my train.
There's no train here.
You can hear it. You're going to fall. I'm going to push you. We're going to push you.
No, there is no train.
Silly man. I've got the power. I know how to use it. She doesn't. Can't you hear the train?
No.
You're in my world now, silly man. My world. You shouldn't have come. Interfered.
No.
I'm going to push you.
No.
And you'll fall and bounce, and the train will hit you. And you'll die. Die. Goodbye, silly man. Hate you.
Stop this. Now. The power is mine, child, not yours.
No! Used it before. It's
Stop.
mine.
You are dead. You do not exist. You can wake now.
The child was too strong. She was forcing me to see things as she saw them. But then your wife took over. It was because we were linked in a seance. She was able to break through the barrier, take control.
Oh, I see.
What did you hear? How did...
Paul was... You were talking, the three of you. Paul... It was really unnerving. His voice.
Yeah.
Will they be all right, Paul and Helen?
They'll be unconscious for some time. Sleep for many hours.
What happened to the child?
The child is gone.
Dead?
She'd never been more than half alive. Probably only been aware of her own existence when your wife had generated power. But it's over now. She'll never... I'm sorry, I'm not being very lucid. Tell the truth, I was terrified.
What's happened to the power?
That's still there, but if your wife feels less tension, it will fade, and eventually...
Oh. It's all up to me, eh?
Make her feel secure, Mr. Cooper. That's all you have to do.
Will Paul be all right when he wakes?
I would say so, but he was unstable before.
Well,
Yes, in a way.
His mind is now a single unit, so to speak. There'll be less tension, less... He should be all right.
You contrived that, didn't you?
Yes. He would never have agreed to a séance. I had to force the child out first, build up the tension.
Yes,
so
I
that...
see. How long will he be asleep for?
Many hours. Perhaps until tomorrow.
You're sure?
Yes. Their conscious minds are drained. They need time to recover.
In that case, Jean, I invite you out for a meal. I'm starving.
Just leave them.
Why not? They're hardly the world's greatest company at the moment. Mr. Forbes, will you join us?
Thank you, but no. I'll go home and sleep.
Right then.
But if I might add, be with your wife when she wakes, Mr. Cooper. She'll need you.
Yes, I can see that. Jean, shall we go?
Yes, all right.
Fine. I'll just make a phone call and then we'll be off, okay?
Hello?
Sue, it's me.
Roger, where have you been? I've been waiting to hear from you.
Yeah, sorry about that, but it was unavoidable.
You're leaving now?
No, I can't. I've got to stay with Helen.
Oh, Roger.
I'll start as soon as I can tomorrow and be with you before we have to meet anyone, okay?
What am I going to do here on my own? We deliberately came down here early so we could be
I
together.
know, but this is one illicit night of love I have to miss, much as it pains me. Why not go and see your friends? I've been telling everyone that's where you're staying anyway.
They're miles out, and I've no transport.
Catch a bus?
I might just do that. But don't expect me to be available in future. Business only from now on, okay?
If you say so, my love. But I know you can't resist my charm. It'll be fun wooing you again.
Goodbye.
More wine.
No thanks.
Go on. Put some hairs on your delightful chest.
You're in a remarkably good mood, considering...
Yes, I know. Well, I say to myself, it's over. All that business about the child and the power, the whole thing. It's over, so forget it.
Roger, I know it's none of my business, but are you and your secretary,
Having an affair? If I tell you, will you promise never to tell anyone else?
Of course.
Then I'll tell you. We weren't and aren't.
I don't know if I believe you or not.
Oh, that's the bane of my life. People, particularly women, consider me unreliable. I like to think it's part of my attraction. The dangerous rogue.
You flirting with me, Roger?
But of course, how about coffee?
No, thanks. What do you think really happened this afternoon?
I don't know. But for the sake of any other explanation that remotely makes sense, I'm taking it all as true. That Paul has, lost a bit of himself. He can well do without. And I hope it makes him a little less aggressive in future. And that Helen...
And that Helen?
And that Helen is, more in control of herself.
In control of the power, you mean?
Yes. Until it fades. Put it this way. I'm going to keep a very low profile for a few months. Very low. You won't catch me going within miles of a railway bridge. I mean, you just don't know, do you? You just don't know.
This is your stop, love.
Oh, thank you.
You see that little road there?
Yes?
Along there, over the bridge, and your friends are just down there on the right. It is only a few hundred yards.
Thank you.
My pleasure, love. Have a nice time.
Thanks. Bye.
She's coming now. Isn't she attractive? Roger slept with her. She must die. She'll fall, and the train will hit her, and she'll bounce and bleed. He'll never sleep with her again. He'll never leave you, not when he realizes what you can do. Sue? Sue Harris? You're going to die, Sue.
Who is that?
Die.
Who is it?
Die, girl. Die. Now.
Sheila Grant and Sean Barrett played Helen and Roger. Rosalind Shanks and Nigel Anthony, Jean and Paul, and Alan McNaughton, Andrew Forbes, in A Dream of Murder by J.C.W. Brooke. Tammy Ustinoff was Sue Harris, Manning Wilson, Mr. Bruce, Alison Draper, the waitress, Josie Kidd, the barmaid, and Fred Bryant, the bus driver. Radiophonic sound was by Paddy Kingsland, and the play was directed by Ian Cotterill.
Next show coming up is called Murder à la Mode by Patricia Moyes.
The offices of Style magazine, sometime in the early 1960s.
Oh, Teresa, what's this word?
Bullfightish. Bullfightish colours. Gorgeous in a maid's night out sort of way. Well, that's what the clothes look like. I leave you to translate my basic English into stylese.
Oh, I wish we could print that as it stands, but... Colour scheme of Mantia black and picket all red. Dazzling for the woman who dares.
How clever you are, darling.
Oh.
I suppose you'll be here all night.
I shall certainly be here all night. I always am when we get out the Paris collection number. Assistant editor, Star magazine, speaking. Yes, she's here. It's Michael for you.
Oh. Hello, darling. Well, Marjorie's got the art editor with her at the moment.
Miss Masters, can you spare me a minute?
Oh, with pleasure, Miss Field. I'm summoned to the presence. Right. Here we go. Into battle.
Okay, for Dumpling Debs, but basically old hat. Oh, if only we could say that. Let's see. Classic in the modern manner. That'll do. Oh, damn. I've caught a cold and it's nearly midnight already. Oh, I loathe collection night. The good old shift hacked round the hem with pruning shears. Hello, Ernie. This is Miss Pankhurst. Oh, please come and get my thermos and make me some fresh tea. At once. Oh, I don't care if you are reducing a print. You can spare a minute. Right. Pruning shears. Let's try the slim sheath with a ragamuffin look.
Blow it up. Blow it up enormous and kill the hat picture.
No, I won't have the hat picture killed.
All right. One great hideous hat right across both pages. But give the spread some guts. Crop the picture here.
May I say? I know I'm only a poor bloody photographer, but would you mind telling me what in hell you're proposing to do to that picture?
Only cropping it a bit, darling, to show up the hat.
The point of that photograph is in the line of the dress carried up to and through the hat. If you're going to cut it up into small pieces, I'd rather you took my name off it.
I agree with Michael.
Cropping the picture would ruin it.
Thank you, Marjorie.
Why don't we use this picture, uncropped, facing a whole page hat picture, and kill the Monnier chiffon?
Marjorie, my darling, you're a genius.
Donald Mackay. Yes, Mr. Walsh. Take all these bloody layouts and burn them, you miserable Scotsman.
That should give us 10 minutes peace. I think I'll go and freshen up in the restroom, Miss Field. I'll be there if anyone wants me.
Yes, Miss French.
Hope we've sent Ernest home, Michael. Surely all the darkroom stuff is done by now?
He left 10 minutes ago.
Good. Only twice a year, thank heavens. I think I'll lie down. See you in 10 minutes.
I hope to God she's okay. I've never known her show the strain before.
She gets tired like everyone else. She's not superhuman. And she is nearly 60.
I suppose so. No, you'd never believe it.
She depends an awful lot on Helen these days. More's the pity.
Yes, well, if you're using that hat picture big, I'll make another print of it. Give it to me.
1:30 and all's well. More or less. God, I look hideous. What's the taxi situation?
No luck so far, I'm afraid. Miss Field's been trying for 20 minutes.
Our managing director's across the road having dinner at the Orangery.
How do you know?
Well, that's his car, isn't it? The dark grey Bentley.
Yes, that is Mr. Goring's car, but I hardly think we can descend on his dinner party to catch a lift. There are rather too many of us. And he has his own guests to look after, no doubt. Oh, Miss Field, any luck?
No, Miss French, I'm so sorry. I've tried 7 different ranks. I could go back to the beginning and try the first one again.
Oh, don't let's mess about. Let's get a hire car. They're all dead.
Shall I do that, Miss French? Oh, good evening, Mr. Goring.
How's it all going?
Oh, very well, Godfrey. We're finished, except for Helen, of course.
Splendid timing on my part. I've been having dinner across the way, and I saw your lights were still burning. I think champagne will be in order, don't you?
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Godfrey, but
No arguments. You'll all come with me in my car to Brompton Square for a mild celebration, and then Barker will drive each and every one of you home.
Well,
now, how many hours are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, of course. You'll come, won't you, Miss Field? Our unsung heroine?
I don't think I should, Mr. Goring. Thank you very much. I ought to be getting home.
Oh.
I came straight here from the Paris plane, and I've still got my suitcase.
Oh, hell, so have Michael and I. I'd forgotten all about them.
I don't think we have room for luggage as well as people. Why don't you leave your cases here and pick them up tomorrow?
Well,
Thank you, Godfrey. It's very kind, and I'd love to.
Well, I'm not the man to say no to a party.
Good. Come along then, everybody. You too, Miss Field.
But, Mr. Goring...
No, I insist. I'm sorry about you, Helen. I wish we could send you a bottle over.
That might not be a very good idea. I've got to stay sober.
Helen's tipple is tea on collection nights.
Coming, everyone. Good night, Helen. When's your deadline?
The messenger's calling for a copy at 7.
We're ordering your help, Helen.
You do that. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Helen.
Oh, God. Oh, dear God. I can't stand it. Oh, don't be a fool. There's a job to do. Paris has rags and tatters for spring. Gamines and guttersnipes swagger jauntily through the collection in a riot of gaudy colour.
Morning. Anything wrong?
Oh, look, I've got to collect some urgent copy and they're all asleep in there. I've got to get in.
It's okay. I've got a key.
You the doorman?
That's right. Just coming on duty.
Oh, be quick about it, will you?
Don't you worry. Come in the warm. I will soon see what's up. Not like Miss Pankhurst to go to sleep on the job. Not like her at all. Just a minute. You wait out here and I'll have a word with her. You'll get your copy, don't worry. Miss Pankhurst? Yeah, what the hell's all this mess? Miss Pankhurst? Yeah, wake up. Wake. Oh, my God.
What is it? Hey, what's happening?
Quick, get the police. Get a doctor.
Here, where's my envelope?
Well, with your envelope, she's dead.
Cyanide poisoning, sir. No doubt about it.
In the thermos flask. I can smell it from here.
Have the photographer and fingerprint chaps got all they want, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Good. There's a bit of a mess in here, isn't it?
Looks like a hurricane, is it? I can understand the papers, but all them stockings and panties and whatnot all over the place.
Somebody's been through that suitcase there in a hell of a hurry. Just picked things up, thrown them out higgledy-piggledy. Face powder everywhere. Bottle of perfume broken.
Stinks, don't it? Especially with the fire on.
It's just a bit overpowering, yes. Ink blue roses scattered sparsely over chalk white mousseline de soie give drama to... And it's all.
She stopped for a cup of tea.
Yes. That young man downstairs will have to wait a long time for his coffee. All right, Sergeant, you can have the poor girl taken away, but be very careful nothing else is touched.
Right, sir. Oh, by the way, Miss Marjorie French is here, the editor.
Oh, I'll talk to her straight away. Ask her to come up.
Yes, sir.
This is a terrible thing, Inspector Tibbet. Your sergeant didn't give me many details, but the mere fact that the police are here, I take it that Helen's death wasn't natural.
No. I'm afraid Miss Pankhurst was murdered.
Have you ruled out suicide?
Had she a reason?
I'm not a gossip. The private lives of my staff are not my business, but I have been very worried about Helen lately.
Mm-hmm.
You'll understand, Inspector, that in any organization that employs both men and women, there is the possibility of sentimental attachments.
I see. And Miss Pankhurst?
Helen had been having a somewhat tempestuous love affair with one of our photographers, Michael Healy.
Why should that drive her to suicide?
Well, things have been going wrong. To be direct, Michael is a philanderer and never intended anything serious. Helen is a passionate, intense girl, woman.
How old was she?
34. She'd been going to pieces a bit lately. I think Michael was trying to end it. Actually, between ourselves, I intended to send him to America for a few months. Not that that would have cured the atmosphere in the office.
What do you mean by that?
He's married to my fashion editor, Teresa Masters.
I see. Well, thank you, Miss French. All this is very interesting, but I still think it was murder.
How did she die?
Someone put cyanide in her tea.
But couldn't she have put it in herself?
She could. I don't think she did. There was no note, and it was an extraordinary time and place to choose, right in the middle of a working session. And then her office seems to have been rifled, not only her papers, but her personal possessions.
Personal possessions? What on earth do you mean?
Well, perhaps you'd better have a look next door.
Yes, Inspector, I agree with you. Helen was murdered.
What made you change your mind?
All this, and the fact that she hadn't finished her work. If I'd found a tidy office, all the captions and layouts neatly in their envelopes, and a list of instructions to the printers, I think she'd killed herself.
Yeah. Anything else?
Well, the office wasn't rifled. The state of the papers is quite normal. Helen worked surrounded by chaos and tidied up meticulously afterwards.
What about the suitcase?
It isn't Helen's. It belongs to my secretary, Rachel Field. She flew back from Paris yesterday and came straight from the airport to the office. She must have left her case here because of some idea about the sanctity of my office.
Well, why didn't she take it home with her?
Because of Mr. Goring, our managing director. He looked in and invited us all back to his flat for champagne, but he had no room in his car for luggage, so he suggested it should be left here overnight.
The invitation did not include Miss Pankhurst.
Of course not. She stayed here to work.
So you all went back to Mr. Goring's flat?
Yes. Two other friends of his were there. Nicholas Knight, the dress designer, and Horace Barry, the manufacturer. We had a glass or two of champagne. Then Mr. Goring's chauffeur drove us home.
All of you?
Except for Nicholas Knight and Mr. Barry. Mr. Knight used his own car. Oh, and he gave a lift to Miss Field as he was going in her direction. They left a little before the rest of us. Then the chauffeur dropped Teresa and Michael in Chelsea and took me onto Sloane Street. After that, he took Mr. Patrick Walsh, our art editor,
to Islington.
What time?
Just before 3.
Thank you. Did Miss Pankhurst have any relatives? I'd like to know something about her background.
She had no family that I know of. Her parents were dead. I think there's a married sister in Australia.
Huh?
She shared a flat with Alwyn Piper, our features editor. Her background. She's been on our staff 10 years, worked her way up to assistant editor from a secretary's post.
Where would the murderer get cyanide?
Well, there's a supply in the darkroom. It's used for reducing prints.
Doesn't that point to someone who worked in the darkroom?
No. We're all in and out of there all the time, and we all knew about the cyanide.
Isn't it kept locked up?
Normally, yes, but I'm afraid on collection night rules go by the board. Michael was making his own prints, and the store cupboard was open. Incidentally, the cupboard's in the room where the tea's made, and we were all popping in and out of there all evening. Except Miss Field, that is, and Helen herself.
Well, thank you, Miss French. You've been most helpful.
I'll put an office at your disposal, Inspector. I presume you want to interview everyone who was here last night.
Yes. Would you mind checking my list?
Yes, of course.
Yourself, Teresa Masters, Michael Healy, and Patrick Walsh. Oh, and your secretary, Miss Field. Anyone else?
Donald Mackay, Patrick's assistant.
Uh-huh.
He left before the rest of us. And the darkroom boy, Ernest Jenkins. He was here till midnight. Oh, there was Alwyn, too.
Miss Piper? Miss Pankhurst's flatmate?
Yes. She was writing her copy after the theatre.
Do you know what time she left?
I've no idea. I told her to go at 12:30, but heaven knows how long she stayed. That's everybody.
Except Mr. Goring.
Godfrey, but surely
There
you
was
can't...
nothing to stop him going into the darkroom before he came to your office.
No, but you can't really...
Sir, I forbid you to go in.
Get out of my way, you miserable little man. By God, nobody's going to keep me out of my own office.
The chief
Patrick's
inspector's given orders that he's
arrived.
not to be disturbed.
So I hear.
The chief inspector...
I'd better go and investigate.
Who the hell are you?
Chief Inspector Tibbet. I presume you're Patrick Walsh.
You damn well presume right. Now, will you get this fool of yours out of my way and let me into my own office?
No, I won't. There's been a murder.
A murder? Why did nobody tell me? Who is it?
Helen Pankhurst. She was poisoned.
Helen? Helen, my darling, my beautiful. It's not true. It's not true.
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to make a statement, Mr. Walsh.
Yes, of course.
Now, when did you last see Miss Pankhurst?
I didn't clap eyes on her all evening. Last time I saw her was lunchtime. I took her out for a meal. She needed it. Poor kid.
Why do you say it like that?
I say what I damn well please. And nobody's going to go around slinging mud at the poor girl after she's dead.
Who was slinging mud?
No one, not a living soul.
You liked Helen?
I loved her.
Do you know of anyone who disliked her?
No.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. Everybody loved her.
Including Michael Healy and Teresa Masters?
What filthy lying bastards have been saying things? It's not true, do you hear me? Not a bloody word of it.
I have no idea what you're talking
You
about.
know damn well what I'm talking about. I'm not saying another word. You can't make me.
Oh, very well, we'll leave it. About the cyanide, I suppose you know where it's kept.
I know where the dark room store cupboard is.
Oh, will you show me?
All right. This way. This is the store cupboard. Everything's kept here.
Unlocked. Poison? Is it?
Yes?
I'll have to take it for fingerprinting.
Well, since it's empty, I can't see any objection.
Whose luggage is that over there?
Fraser and Michael. They came back from Paris last night, straight after the last collection was shown.
Did you know Miss Pankhurst's thermos flask by sight?
Oh, everybody did. Terrible battered old thing. It's never parted from her on collection nights.
Did you notice it standing around unattended at any time?
Well, it was here by the store cupboard all night. I suppose Ernie made Helen some fresh tea and then forgotten to take it to her. We're all suspect. Any one of us could have slipped cyanide into it. And don't ask me how I know. The poison was in our tea. You as good as told me.
Agreed. Now, tell me about the party at Mr. Goring's last night.
Oh, damn silly business. Sipping genteel champagne with us simpering fools and vulgar bloody upstarts.
Such as?
Oh, Nicholas Knight and Horace Barry. Oh, Godfrey may have to be civil to them in the name of the great God advertising, but I don't see why we...
Just tell me what happened.
Well, we had a glass of champagne and made hideous small talk, avoiding tricky subjects. Then I got fed up and so did Michael. And we began being fairly damn rude to Knight and Barry. Oh, in a subtle way.
Subtle? I see.
Anyway, they soon had enough and went off. They gave Rachel a lift, and the rest of us went to...
Well, what did you mean by tricky subjects?
Nothing that would interest you.
Oh, most things interest me.
Well, I'm damned if I'll tell you, you bloody nosy Parker.
Perhaps we'd better have another talk later on, when you're in a more reasonable frame of mind.
Reasonable? In all this madhouse, I'm the one reasonable
Please
character...
go away.
What?
Please go away. Now.
Right. I damn well will.
Darling, I'm sorry, but I'm not really like a poet,
Uncle Henry.
What the hell are you doing here, Veronica?
A job, of course. Hey, if you're here, it must be true.
Well, come in here. Miss French has given me an office.
I wouldn't go on with it. Oh, well, you know, so you...
You're the last person I expected to come across.
Why, I do a lot of modelling for style. Is it really true, Uncle Henry? Is she dead?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Now, look, Veronica, you might be able to help me. Do you know the people here personally?
Oh, not all of them. I never met Miss Pankhurst. Everyone says she was an awful dragon. I really only know Miss Masters and Michael, of course.
Mm-hmm. Michael Healy, the photographer.
Yes, that's right. We were all in Paris together till yesterday. Oh, and I know Auntie, vaguely, of course.
Who on earth is he?
He. It's Patrick Walsh, the art editor. Everyone calls him Auntie, but not to his face. He roars at people.
I've gathered that. Do you know his assistant, Donald Mackay?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And what about... Yes?
Ernest Jenkins is here. Darkroom boy.
Oh, good. Send him straight up. You'd better be off. I'll see you again later on.
Can I go out?
Aren't you working?
Well, only for a bit, I meant. I've got a sitting at 12 for Young Style, so I have to be back at 11:30 to make up.
You've got quite enough makeup on already.
Oh, all the girls in Paris had dead white faces and sooty eyes and brown lipstick outlined in black.
Repellent.
Marvellous. You wait and see. I think that's Auntie.
I know.
Let go, you bad brute.
Listen to me, you imbecile
I'm
child.
going in, now let go.
What's all this? Come in, Miss...
Piper. Alwyn Piper.
and Mr. Walsh. What is it now?
I'm trying to save this lunatic girl from making a fool of herself. The sergeant said for me to come up. Ernest Jenkins.
I know he did. I'm sorry, I'll have to see you later. Wait outside till I call you.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Walsh, will you please go away?
Well, don't say I didn't warn you.
Do you want me to go, too?
Yes, please.
Goodbye.
I'm terribly sorry.
That's all right. Now, you shared a flat with Helen Pankhurst, didn't you?
Yes.
Got on well, the two of you?
Yes. Mostly.
Not all the time?
Not since Michael.
What did you want to tell me? I know about Helen's affair with Michael Healy, you know.
You do? How?
Never mind. What I don't know is whether it has anything to do with the case.
Oh, of course it has. He killed her.
What?
He was ghastly to her, and she was desperate. That's why she killed herself.
She didn't. She was murdered.
But that can't be true. Oh, who on earth would murder Helen?
That's what I want to know. Now, will you please tell me all you know about Helen and Michael Healy?
It started about 6 months ago. She never used to go out in the evenings without telling me where she was going. We'd always been such friends.
When did you first meet him?
Well, that's a funny thing. She'd known Michael and Teresa for ages, long before she knew me. And she used to go out and say she was dining with the Healys, and I believed her, though I felt annoyed they kept asking her out so much and never included me.
Mm-hmm.
And then one night, when she was supposed to be there, I saw Teresa at the theater. Not Michael, just Teresa. So I knew Helen was with Michael alone.
Did you tell her?
No. I just asked after Teresa when she got back, and she said,
Oh, she's fine. She cooked us a wonderful dinner. So naturally she said it. I'd never known she was lying.
Did Mrs. Healy know?
Teresa? Well, sometimes I thought she must know, but they still seemed so friendly. I think that may be why Helen didn't leave a note, so as not to hurt Teresa.
I have a feeling that you started these rumors, Miss Piper.
Well, why shouldn't I? For Helen's own sake. She'd been desperately unhappy. He was getting tired of her, and I still haven't told you the worst.
The worst?
The doctor will find out, of course.
You mean she was pregnant?
Yes.
Does anyone else know?
Yes. Somebody.
Who?
I don't know. She told someone, but she never told me.
And how do you know?
It was yesterday. She was at home in the afternoon because she had to work all night. I went back to change for the theatre and I heard her on the phone.
What was she saying?
I can remember every word. She said, "The doctor says it's quite definite. I don't know what I'm going to do. He'll never leave her. I wish I were dead."
See. Any more?
Oh, she must have heard me. She said, "I can't talk anymore," and put the phone down.
And then?
I went into the room and asked how she was, and she said fine, apart from a cold, and then she went into the office.
Was that the last time you saw her?
Well, I came into the office to type something after the theatre. I saw her working when I was going on my way to the lift, or just a glimpse through the office door. I said good night. I didn't like to disturb her.
What time?
After 3, I think. Everyone else had gone.
Well, thank you for telling me all this. You were right to. Later on, I'd like to take a look at your flat, if I may.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. If you see the darkroom boy around, will you send him in, please? I've got to talk to him as soon as I can.
Yeah, I made some more tea for Miss Pankhurst. Rang me up and asked she did while I was reducing a print for Mr. Ely.
What time?
About 11:30.
And you took it in?
No, Mr. Ely was mad at me for leaving me work to make it at all.
Reducing a print, eh? What is that?
Making a print lighter.
How do you do that?
You rub the dark part with cyanide.
Yeah. How much was in the bottle when you used it?
Oh, more than half full.
And who has the key for the cyanide cupboard?
Well, last night was collection, see, so Mr. Ely had it. Well, that's to say the cupboards was all open and I took what I wanted.
And Mr. Healy didn't lock them up when he left?
I don't know, he sent me home at midnight.
Oh, I see. Thank you, Ernie. Where'll you be if I want to see you again later?
In the dark room. Worse luck. Cheery, bye.
How well did you know the dead girl, Miss Masters?
Oh, very well. We were very friendly.
Both you and your husband?
Both of us. Especially Michael, of course.
Why, of course.
Inspector, I know that all sorts of silly rumors were going round about Helen and my husband. Some of them may have reached you. Have they? Well, anyway, they're not true. They used to dine together occasionally, or maybe there was a mild flirtation, but if so, it couldn't have mattered less to any of us. My marriage is perfectly happy. Helen was my friend.
Well, since you knew her so well, can you tell me anything about her other friends?
Well, no, I don't think she had any outside the office. Patrick's adored her for years, of course, and Alwyn had a sort of schoolgirl crush on her.
They were a strangely assorted pair, the sheriff flat.
Oh, that was only because Helen was so good-natured. When Alwyn came to Style a year ago, she had nowhere to live, and Helen put her up. It was only meant to be temporary. But Alwyn begged to stay on, and Helen got rather stuck with the arrangement.
Did you ever think that Helen might have killed herself?
What?
Suicide. Had you thought of suicide?
Frankly, no. But I suppose it is possible.
Why?
Well, people commit suicide for the oddest reasons. If you say she did...
I said nothing of the sort. I asked for your opinion.
But how could I know?
Well, you were such great friends.
She never said anything.
I've been told she seemed unhappy lately.
Well, she seemed tired, perhaps.
You don't think her friendship with your husband went deeper than you realized?
Yes, perhaps it did. But the more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Of course, it wasn't Michael's fault. He probably didn't even guess how she felt about him. But I'm sure that must have been the trouble. Yes, Inspector, I'm sure that's how it happened.
You are?
Yes. Well, now I think of it that way, it all seems to fit.
No, that blasted cheetah's no good down there. When you're having a wild animal in the shot unless we can see it. Ernie, make the bloody thing get up and prowl towards the camera.
Oh, I don't like to, Mr.
Oh,
Healy.
Go on, Poppet. Walkies.
Yep, that's marvellous. Hold that. Little smile, Veronica. Head to the left. That's it. Wonderful. Yeah. Now kick the beast again.
Oh, I didn't kick him, just sort of prodded gently. Push, push. No, it's no good now. He's gone to sleep.
Oh, never mind. Leave it alone for the moment. At least it's quiet and I've got to reload. Ernie, reload.
Okay.
Ah, there you are, last. For God's sake, do something with this animal of yours.
Of mine?
For the next reel, I want it standing up. Can it rear on its hind legs?
I'm afraid I...
Oh, here she is. Here, I've been looking everywhere. Do you know there's a policeman downstairs? Well, how's my beauty, then? Here, I hope she's been a good girl. She's been a bit fractious lately, constipated. Off her food, you know.
Oh, she's been as good as gold, haven't you, Poppet?
Oh, I wouldn't tickle her ears, miss.
Right, let's get on. Veronica, darling, more to the left a bit. Fine. Now, I want the cheetah up on its hind legs like a heraldic beast, looking out left.
Here, I say, that's asking a bit much.
I always ask a bit much, and I usually get it.
Yeah, well, perhaps if I stood on that ladder holding a bone up...
I don't give a damn what you do, so long as you're not in the picture.
Yeah, well, I've got a bone. Here, no, Beauty, not yet. Here, is this ladder all right?
As safe as houses.
Yeah. This high enough? High up, Beauty.
Yeah, that's fine. Take the train of the dress sweeping out of the frame on the right. Yeah, fine, thank you. Splendid. Hold it, everybody.
Come on, hurry up.
Yeah, that's splendid. Lovely. Here, we got some winners here. Fine. Right, everyone. 5 minutes break.
Can I have a word with you, Mr. Healy?
If it's about the cheetah, go and talk to Miss Field. She booked it.
No, it isn't. I'm from Scotland Yard.
Oh, good God. About Helen?
Yes.
Look, I can't see you now. I'm in the middle of a sitting.
You've got 5 minutes, and this is urgent. I want to know the truth about your relationship with Miss Pankhurst.
Is this an official interview?
It's official, yes. I'm not taking down what you say, if that's what you mean.
I see. Well, what do you want to know?
I've told you.
I can only say that anything you may have heard was exaggerated. We were good friends, nothing more.
You knew, of course, that she was pregnant.
What did you say?
She was pregnant.
She can't have been.
She was.
God, I suppose it was possible, but I never thought... God, how awful.
I gather she hadn't told you.
No, she hadn't. Poor darling Helen.
You still deny that you were lovers?
Huh? Oh, doesn't seem much point in denying it now, does there?
Good. Now, is it true that recently you had been trying to break off the relationship?
There was nothing to... I mean, she must have taken it more seriously than I did.
It wasn't important in your life?
Well, no.
I gather you went home last night, leaving the poison cupboard unlocked.
Yes, I suppose I did. I still got the key in my pocket, as a matter of fact.
Pretty careless, wasn't it?
No, you don't know what this place is like on collection nights.
Mm-hmm. When did you last see this bottle of cyanide?
I didn't see it, not consciously. I didn't use it myself.
Transferred phone call for Inspector Tibbet. Dr. Broughton.
Oh, thank you. Can I...
Yeah, take it by all means. The phone's in the office on the right. I've got to get back to work anyway.
I'm really not.
Oh, why did it bloody well have to rain today? That dress needs open air and a duck pond.
Well,
Ernie, can you find a young calf and a 5-bar gate?
Hello. That you, Doctor?
Yes, I've got a bit more news for you.
I know you have.
Definitely cyanide and definitely administered in the tea. Time of death between 4 and 5:30 a.m. Body aged about 33.
Don't prolong the agony. I already know.
Know what?
That she was pregnant.
Pregnant? Don't be a damn fool. The woman was a virgin.
It was very kind of you to ask me to lunch, Mr. Goring.
My dear Inspector, pleasure. Not a bad burgundy, is it?
Excellent. You're being very abstemious.
Yes, I usually am, but I trust that won't deter you. Now, you must tell me how I can help you over this shocking business.
Tell me about Helen.
Well, she came to us as a secretary nearly 10 years ago. Marjorie French noticed her and suggested she be promoted to the executive staff. I interviewed Helen and was very impressed. She was an exceptional girl. She became editorial assistant, then sub-editor, and then assistant editor. Had she lived...
Yes, Mr. Goring?
Well, this is very much in confidence, Inspector. But had she lived, she might have become editor when Marjorie retired. As it is, Teresa Masters will get the job.
Is Miss French retiring too?
Well, again, in confidence, she is a sick woman. Her doctors have ordered her to stop work within the next 2 months. Of course, the question of her successor has been under discussion for some time. You see, I believe in promotion from within. So the choice of her successor lay between Helen and Teresa. Marjorie favored Teresa. I thought she was wrong. From that point of view, Helen's death was a great personal tragedy for me.
I'd been told she was emotionally involved with another member of the staff.
If so, that wasn't my business.
Godfrey, my dear, whatever is all this? Oh, I beg your pardon.
Hello, Nicholas.
I've just seen the paper. I'm shattered. Utterly shattered.
Inspector, may I introduce Mr. Knight? Nicholas, this is Chief Inspector Tibbett of Scotland Yard.
Oh. I'm delighted to meet you.
Mr. Knight is one of our most brilliant young dress designers.
I've heard all about you, Mr. Knight.
About me? Nice things, I hope.
You were at Mr. Goring's house last night, weren't you?
Was I? Yes, of course I was. It's a lovely, lovely party, Godfrey.
Yes.
It's just too terrible to think that we... I must go. Nose to the grindstone, you know. Goodbye, Inspector.
Mr. Knight.
Yes?
I'd like to have a chat with you sometime. Perhaps you could come to the style office this afternoon.
No. Come to my salon. I'm terribly busy, you do understand.
Of course. Where?
It's this building, first floor. Anyone will tell you. Goodbye. Goodbye, Godfrey.
Goodbye,
Mr. Knight.
A most talented young man, Inspector. Don't be put off by his somewhat flamboyant manner. People in his business tend to adopt extravagant attitudes. He's a very shrewd businessman, really.
Forgive me, but has he been involved in some sort of scandal lately?
Certainly not.
Oh, well. I must have been confusing him with somebody else. I know very little about the fashion world.
It's a very strange world. Very unusual people, I'm afraid.
Yes?
Hello, darling.
Lorna, what on earth are you doing here?
Well, I had to come. I heard...
This is Inspector Tibbett of Scotland Yard. Inspector, my wife.
How do you do, Mrs. Goring?
Better sit down. Have you eaten?
Of course not. Pierre, I'll have some smoked salmon and chicken supreme with some chablis. You know, the one I like. Now, darling, tell me all about it. Who was she? One of the walking sticks?
Lorna.
I always say the style girls look exactly like walking sticks. Straight suits, ramrod backbones, and lacquered hair. I can't tell one from the other.
Helen Pankhurst is dead.
Oh. Is that the dark one with the big nose?
Yes.
But what happened? The papers
Look,
said...
Inspector Tibbett and I have to get back to work now. Are you staying in town tonight?
Well, it seems a sensible thing to do.
Very well. I'll see you at home this evening.
Well, I'll come and pick you up at the office.
No, there's a police investigation going on. Don't be an idiot, darling. I'll tell you all about it later. Inspector, you coming?
Goodbye, Mrs. Goring.
Goodbye, Inspector. See you later, darling.
If my wife should come to the office this afternoon, visitors are not allowed, are they?
If your wife wishes to come in, Mr. Goring, I'm sure...
No. I'd rather she was not allowed in.
Very well. I'll tell the sergeant.
Thank you. Thank you, Inspector.
Thank you very much, Miss Field. A very clear and concise account, if I may say so.
Thank you, Inspector. Is there anything else?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk about your suitcase.
My suitcase? What about it?
You left it in Miss Pankhurst's office, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, what was in it?
Haven't you searched it? Just things from Paris, clothes and so on.
Can you think of any reason why someone should want to ransack your suitcase?
What? What do you mean?
Well, I think you'd better see for yourself.
Is Helen...
No, it's all right. There's nothing there except... well, we'll see. Come in, Miss Field.
Why, my things. How dare he?
He?
Well, must have been a man, mustn't it?
Not necessarily. Now, I want you to check up and see if there's anything missing. Anything at all.
What about fingerprints?
Oh, don't worry, that's already been attended to. You can go ahead.
Everything seems to be here, Inspector. Can I take the case away?
Certainly. Not very secure, is it?
The lock's weak, and I've packed it too full, I'm afraid. It's liable to burst open. I think it'll stay put now.
Miss Field, would anyone else have had an opportunity of putting something into your case in Paris without you knowing?
Oh, yes. On these trips, we use our hotel rooms as offices. Everyone keeps wandering in with queries, especially to my room. And there's one person who was there practically all the time I was packing.
Oh, who?
That model girl, Veronica Spence.
Terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, Inspector. I'm desperately busy, as you can see.
I don't suppose you can tell me very much, Mr. Knight, but as an interested outsider, your opinion might be valuable.
Anything I can do.
Yes. Did you know Helen Pankhurst?
Oh, hardly at all. I know the fashion staff of Style intimately, of course, Teresa and the others, but Helen's was an office job.
I'm trying to get at a true picture of the relationships between the people involved.
What do you mean?
Miss Pankhurst's relationships with her colleagues.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you all I can. Of course, you realize the fashion world is a curious one.
So everyone keeps on telling me.
Well, it isn't that people aren't what they seem exactly. It's more that they exaggerate what they are to the point of absurdity.
I had noticed.
Well, I mean, take Patrick, for instance. He's an utter fraud. He's just an ordinary pig-headed Irishman. But he's been forced to turn himself into a character. And take Teresa and Michael. What sort of marriage is that?
Well, what sort is it?
A farce. Teresa has the money, of course, but she's solid boned from the neck up. Michael's always had all sorts of other interests.
What do you mean?
Oh, this and that. One hears rumours.
What rumours?
Well, it was all pretty vague. He has nothing in common with Teresa, never had.
I see. Tell me about the party.
Party? What party?
I understand Mr. Goring asked a number of people back for a drink last night.
Oh, that. Yes, he did. I've been working late up here, and about midnight I went down to the pub underneath for a nightcap.
By the pub underneath, you mean the Orangery?
Yes. It's useful if one lives here.
Pretty pricey pub. Anyway, at the Orangery, you met Mr. Goring.
Well, he just finished dinner with Horace Barry. Both in crashingly good form, I regret to say.
What does that mean?
Oh, Godfrey was doing his hearty one of the boys act. Must be hell on tonic water. I imagine they just clinched a business deal. I was utterly exhausted. I couldn't stand it.
Then why did you accept Mr. Goring's invitation?
Well, I mean, it wouldn't do for me to be bad friends with Style. You do see that, don't you?
Yes, I see it. So you and Mr. Barry drove onto Brunton Square while Mr. Goring picked the others up. Was Mrs. Goring there?
Lorna? No. She was at their place in the country. There's another clever fellow who married money.
Indeed?
Yes. She was Lorna Vincent. You know, the actress.
I thought I knew her face. She's a very beautiful woman.
Her clothes are hell, though, aren't they?
Tell me, did any of the Style people strike you as being upset or nervous?
Well, Patrick was as rude as ever, thoroughly offensive. Teresa was a bit quiet, and poor Marjorie looked positively ill, I thought.
What about Miss Field?
Who's she?
Miss French's secretary. You gave her a lift home.
Oh, Siren of Surbiton. What about her?
Well, did she seem to be just as usual?
She could hardly have been more usual, poor dear. I don't really know. I never met her before.
So, you dropped Miss Field and Mr. Barry and then came back here. Did you notice any comings or goings when you got back? Huh? Anything out of the way happening opposite?
Well, there was a girl coming out of the Style offices in a terrible orange dress and a white stole. Odd-looking creature in spectacles.
Oh, that'd be Miss Piper, huh? The features editor. Anyone else?
Well, I caught a glimpse of Helen through the window, typing away.
I see. Well, thank you very much. Can you tell me where I could contact Mr. Barry? You know him well, I believe.
I work for him.
Oh, and I thought... you design on a pretty high level.
And he makes mass-produced clothes to sell in Wigan. Oh, you don't understand, Inspector. That's where the money is these days, in the mass market. 5,000 dresses at 10 guineas are worth more than one dress at 100 guineas. The point of my salon here is simply to get my name known.
I see.
Oh, I was lucky. A friend produced enough money for me to start up here. I really knew I'd arrive when Barry asked me to design his wholesale collection. You see, I have, a flair, if you like, for translating Paris designs for my customers. Barry himself's vulgar and boring, but he knows the business.
Where do I find him?
286 Pope Street.
Were you in Paris last week, Madame?
Certainly not. I never go to Paris. Everyone knows I was here the entire week.
There's no need to get so excited. You said you translated some of the designs, so...
I have an eye. I look at the photographs and I can see the cut. I can see the seaming. I don't need a toile.
Toile? What's a toile?
It's the model made and cut exactly as the original, but in cheap cotton.
Oh.
Manufacturers buy them in Paris, and very dear they are, too.
So you make Paris copies without buying toiles?
Well, there's no law against it. I work from photographs.
That must save you a lot of money. Well, thank you, Mr. Knight. This has been most interesting.
Oh, come in, Inspector.
Thank you, Miss Piper. I hope this isn't too inconvenient.
I have to leave at 2, I'm afraid. I've got to change for the theatre, but you said only half an hour.
Yes, that's right. Which was Miss Pankhurst's room?
In here.
I see. Very austere.
Oh, Helen hated fuss.
Oh, what's this letter?
What? Oh, she must have left it in the middle. It's funny, I don't remember noticing it before.
I think I've got hold of the right stuff at last. It's not quite the same as one finds in Paris, but I've asked Teresa to bring me back a sample so that we can compare them. I've practically made up my mind about the blue jersey dress. Well, nothing very personal here.
Helen lived for her work. Till Michael.
So it seems. Well, I'll keep this. I haven't got a sample of Miss Pankhurst's handwriting. Did she receive many letters?
I don't know.
But surely...
Well, Helen always got up first in the morning. Well, it was a routine that she collected the post and read her letters in the kitchen while coffee was brewing, and anything that didn't need answering she put in the incinerator straight away. What's that?
A ticket. The return half of a rail ticket, tucked in the blotter. The 17th of last month. Now, that was Saturday. I wonder, did Helen have a doctor in Hindhurst?
No, she had the same doctor as me. Dr. Markham in Onslow Street. The 17th. Well, I can't remember the 17th, but I may have gone home for the weekend. I often do. Look, Inspector, is it all right for me to pack up Helen's clothes and so forth after you've been through them? They're like ghosts.
Yes, I understand. Well, I see no objection.
Good. Well, forgive me if I leave you to look around on your own now. I must change.
Please, Chief Inspector, please sit down. You come about the murder at Style, no?
Yes, Mr. Barry. I'm sorry to have to trouble you.
Oh, no trouble, Inspector. No trouble in the smallest.
Oh, obviously you've heard what happened.
Well, I've read the papers.
Miss Pankhurst was poisoned. Well, I've come to see you because you dined with Mr. Goring on Tuesday evening and went to his house afterwards. I thought you might be able to give me your impression of the people who were there. You know the staff at Style fairly well, I presume?
Oh, some of them. Miss French, great lady, great power. She does me honor to come twice a year to my big collections. Miss Masters, too. She knows fashion, but not always do we agree. Your taste is for the readers of Style, I tell her. Very good. But me, I have to sell also to those whose taste is otherwise. But wait till she sees my new Nicholas Knight range. Oh.
This party on Tuesday night, you all went back with Mr. Goring. What happened then?
Now, let me see. There was a lady there I'd not met before, a Miss Field. I felt sorry for her because she's, out of her ambience. So I speak to her about cats, of which we are both very fond.
I see. You enjoyed the party?
No, I did not. Such rudeness. Patrick Walsh and Michael Healy. That young man should keep to his camera. With it, he's a genius, but does that give him the right to insult me?
Did anyone mention Miss Pankhurst?
I don't remember. We didn't stay very long.
Why?
Because Walsh and Healy, they call me vulgar. I put good money in their pockets. What for they complain? So, I go and speak of cats to poor little Miss Field.
You left early, I gather.
Yeah, I did. I was happy when Nicholas suggested and Miss Field. When she go and collect her things, this man Walsh come up and insult Nicholas.
How did he insult him?
He say, you think you get a support of style, you little... He use a very bad word, Inspector.
Yeah. Then what?
He say, I can tell you, some of us don't like what you do. Me and Helen, we know about you, and we're after you, you and your friend.
What was Knight's reaction?
Well, poor boy, he was without words. Such untruth. Then Miss Field come back, and we go.
I see. How well do you know Mr. Goring?
For business. We respect each other.
Do you know his wife?
The beautiful Lorna. Yeah, I meet her when I spend the weekend at their country house.
At Hindhurst?
Hindhurst? I don't know. It's at Virginia Water.
Oh, stupid of me. Yes, I was mixing him up with someone else. Mrs. Goring is a very striking woman, isn't she?
She's a spitfire. Oh, she leads him a dance, but he's crazy for her and he's happy. Perhaps it's good for a man who's a god in his business to be only a puppy dog in his home.
Inspector Tibbet. Please come in. Is this an official visit or a friendly call?
Both, I hope, Mrs. Goring.
Mind your head on that beam. Quiet, Poopsie, you lazy bitch. Sit down and have a drink. What would you like? Just shut the dogs off. They're used to it.
Tea, if it's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all. I'll get it.
Could you leave it a little while? I'd like to talk to you for a moment or two first.
Of course. I'm tremendously pleased to see you, Inspector, but I don't see how I can possibly help you. I haven't been to London for months. Except yesterday, of course, when I met you.
I envy you. It must be pleasant for your husband, too, to get away from town.
Oh, Godfrey hates the country. He lives in the London flat and only comes down at weekends. His work keeps him in town, of course.
A lot of people commute every day from here, don't they?
Oh, Godfrey doesn't.
Mrs. Goring, how well did you know Helen Pankhurst?
Oh, I don't know any of them except to look at. Godfrey doesn't approve of wives who butt into their husbands' business lives, and neither do I.
Isn't it lonely for you here?
Oh, I've got my Mrs. Adams. She cleans every morning, and the dogs.
And neighbors?
Oh, awful people, rich and respectable. However, they have their uses. I was at a ghastly bridge party on Tuesday, so I've got an alibi.
Where?
At the Petersons. They're about 3 miles away. Here's the address.
Thank you. Do you know Hindhurst at all, Mrs. Goring?
No, it's the other end of the county. Why do you ask that?
I thought you might be able to help me. It seems Miss Pankhurst may have consulted a doctor there. And as it's in Surrey, I thought perhaps it was someone you and your husband recommended to her.
No, I'm afraid not. Our doctor's in Harley Street. Was Helen ill?
Apparently not, which makes it interesting. Oh, well, it's only a vague hope. I'd love that cup of tea.
You haven't asked me much.
I've asked all I want to, and you've been very helpful.
Goodness, I've told you nothing.
Exactly. You hardly knew Helen, and you haven't been to London in months, so there's nothing more to be said.
I suppose not. By the way, if you do locate that doctor...
Yeah?
I've a friend who just moved to Hindhurst. Funnily enough, she rang me only last week to ask if I knew a good family doctor in that part of the world. So perhaps, if you find him... I mean, if Helen went to him, he must be reliable.
Certainly. I'll tell your husband.
Oh, no. He'll never remember. Ring me. I'm in the book.
Very well. I'll do that.
Thank you. Now, I'll get that tea.
Oh, come in then, me boy. Come on in.
It was good of you to see me at this hour of the night, Mr. Walsh.
You didn't give me much choice. Well, come on, in here. This is my studio. It's everything, in fact. Not much more to the flat. Well, sit down if you can find a chair.
Well, this is a beautiful room.
It's a workroom. Have a drink.
Thank you. I will.
Can't offer you a choice. You can have Irish whiskey and like it. Oh. Here you are.
Thank you.
Well.
Helen telephoned you the night before she died, didn't she?
What if she did? Any law against it?
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, you didn't ask.
What did you say?
Nothing much, just a friendly call.
Just listen to this. The doctor says it's quite definite. I don't know what I'm going to do. He'll never leave her. You know that. I honestly wish I were dead.
Damn fool, Alwyn.
Miss Piper told me what she'd overheard very properly.
I don't suppose that one's ever done anything that wasn't very proper. That's her trouble.
I think she told me the truth, did she?
I don't believe Helen was murdered. I think the darling girl took her own life because she had troubles. Now, if that's so, there's no point in telling you what those troubles were. Now, if she was murdered, they had nothing to do with it. You should look in other directions.
Such as?
Oh, that's your job.
Mr. Walsh, can't you understand that I'm trying to get at the truth? So long as you go on making such a mystery of Helen's private life, I have to investigate it, in case it has a bearing on her death. If it hasn't, anything you tell me will go no further.
If only I could believe you.
You must believe me.
All right, I'll tell you all I know. It's precious little.
Well, it may be what we need.
Helen was in love.
With whom?
Oh, she never told me, and I didn't ask. She simply told me the situation, and a hell of a situation it was. The man had a wife he was tied to, not only by loyalty, but for social and business reasons. He told Helen that when he was in a position to, he'd get a divorce. God knows when that would be. Meanwhile, they kept it quiet.
I see. Not very pleasant for Helen.
Well, that's not all. A few months ago, she got very worried about the man's health. She was a doctor's daughter and knew a bit about such things. So she persuaded him to come with her to a doctor for a checkup.
Did his wife know?
Oh, no. Helen told the doctor the man, well, let's call him X, was our husband. He agreed privately he'd let her know the results of the tests and keep any really bad news from X.
Mm-hmm. And the results came through the day she died?
Yes, incurable cancer. He has a year to live. I presume he still doesn't know.
I see. And when she rang you...
Well, she was in despair. There was only a year left, and she wanted to spend it with him. But he would never leave his wife unless he knew the truth. And Helen was determined to spare him that.
Do you really not know who he is?
I don't.
Why didn't you want me to find out about Helen and Michael Healy?
You're trying to trap me.
No, I'm asking a question. Everybody else rushed to tell me about Helen and Michael. Everyone except you.
That blasted Alwyn.
Not only Alwyn, Miss French, Mr. Goring, and even Miss Masters. And Michael Healy didn't deny it.
Oh, well. Now she's dead.
Is the man Michael Healy?
Well, she never told me. Oh, I know there was talk. It may have been right or it may have been wrong.
One other little point. You have a key to the Style building, haven't you?
Yeah, what of it?
Nothing, I just wanted to check. Do you often work late?
Not me. I'm too smart and too old. I have me work, you see. Do you imagine I enjoy doing layouts for a fashion magazine when I ought to be painting?
Yes, I'm sure you do.
Yes, you're right, of course. I love it or I wouldn't do it. But it's not me real work. Oh, no. I'm a prostitute. That's what it comes to. A poor, bloody tart plying me trade in Earl Street. The only consolation is that the prices are high.
I'm sure they are. Are you married yourself, Mr. Walsh?
Certainly not.
Have you ever been? I can look it up, you know, at Somerset House.
Now, you wouldn't want to make trouble for an innocent man that might have been foolish in his youth.
Well, that depends on whether it has any bearing on the case.
None in the world.
Well, come on, tell me.
I was 21, she was 19. I was an art student, and she was reading for a degree in literature. We ran away and got married. We hadn't 2 pennies to rub together. Oh, the first year was fine. Then there was trouble. She was as ambitious as the devil. Wanted a great career for herself and me. I wanted to live in a garret and paint. Her rows got worse, and after 3 years, she up and left me. It was very long ago.
Did you get a divorce?
Of course not. We're both Catholics.
And when did you meet her again?
What the hell are you getting?
If you'd really lost touch, you'd have made no bones about telling me about the marriage. I think your wife is Marjorie French, the distinguished editor of Style.
For God's sake, keep it quiet.
Why?
You wouldn't understand.
Mr. Walsh, how long has your wife been at Style?
35 years.
And you?
3 years.
She got you the job.
Look, if you think Marjorie would employ anyone unless you consider them right person for the job, you're making
and
a...
what did you do in those other 32 years?
Painted.
Successfully?
No.
You must have been very glad of the job.
Get out. Get out and stay out. And keep your bloody mouth shut or I'll break your neck.
I'm afraid it's my job to be inquisitive. I don't enjoy it, and I am discreet. Thanks for the whiskey. I'll let myself out.
You wanted to see me, Inspector?
Yes, Miss French. I want your help again.
Anything I can do?
Well, I've been told, until I'm tired of hearing it, that Helen was having an affair with Michael Healy. You were the first person to draw my attention to it.
Yes.
Why?
Because I thought it would help you in your inquiries. That's the right phrase, isn't it?
I don't think you told me the truth.
Why on earth should I lie?
I didn't mean that you lied. You kept something back. You didn't tell me that Michael Healy is dying.
What? I have no idea where you got hold of that story, Inspector. It's absolute nonsense.
Helen told Mr. Walsh about this the night before she died.
She told Patrick. What did she tell Patrick?
That the man she loved was dying of cancer. And he didn't know. And neither did his wife.
No.
Miss French, you all right? I'll get you some water.
Yes, please. Some water. Thank you. I'm afraid I get these silly fainting fits occasionally. It's nothing to worry about. To go back to what we were saying.
Yes?
This story is nonsense. Please don't spread it. Patrick is a wild Irishman, and he loves to spin a tale. I know him very well.
You should. 32 years is a long time.
Oh. You know about that. I do hope you'll be discreet, Inspector.
I'm always as discreet as I can be. Why do you want it kept secret?
Mr. Goring is against employing husbands and wives. It's company policy.
What about...
Teresa and Michael, that's a very special case. Godfrey isn't really happy about it. I had to fight hard to get Michael. So, when I met Patrick again, I knew that although he was just the person for art editor, I could never go to Mr. Goring and propose my husband for the job. So we agreed to let the past remain dead for the time being.
For the time being? What do you mean?
I'm very fond of Patrick. This is a great secret, Inspector, but when I retire, Patrick and I are going to live together again. As far as the outside world's concerned, we'll get married. They need never know we've been married all along.
I see. I take it Mr. Walsh is enthusiastic about the idea, too.
Of course.
But, Nicholas, I am always frank with you. So why are you not frank with me?
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. You've been listening to gossip. Well, even Godfrey's been hinting.
Gossip? Hinting? No. I just keep my eyes and ears open.
Who talked to you? Who told you those wicked lies?
Nobody tell me. Read this.
Well, that's an American magazine. Nothing to do with London.
Now, you just listen to this, my friend. Are Paris designs being pirated? That is the big question raised by persistent rumors that some wholesalers produce accurate copies of Paris models without having bought the toile and before the official release date for photographs.
Here, let me see. Yes, but they say it's impossible, so why worry?
Because I know it is not impossible.
What do you mean? Do you mean I've been pirating?
Not so loud, not so loud. That detective over there must not hear you.
No, he mustn't. Not that I've got anything to hide.
Hello! Oh, sorry I'm late. I've been sleuthing for you. Oh, I've had such a hell of a morning with that awful little creature, Nicholas.
Veronica.
There's something fishy going on, and I'm going to find out what.
Veronica, for God's sake, keep your voice down. Nicholas Knight is sitting over there.
Is he? Where? Oh, yes, I see.
Order your lunch. Eat it. Shut up.
Well, it's all right. They're going. Now, what I wanted to say was...
Look, Veronica, I want you to stay out of this. I found out things that make it, well, obvious that it's dangerous.
Ooh.
I'm asking you to stop this ridiculous amateur detection, and I prefer it if you had nothing to do with Nicholas Knight's show.
Oh, but all the clothes have been fitted on me now. I couldn't let him down. It wouldn't be professional.
Well, all right. I'll have as little to do with all these people as possible. Do you know that Rachel Field thinks that you got at her suitcase in Paris?
Me? Oh, how ridiculous.
Did someone ask you to slip anything into her case? Anything, however innocent?
No, I never went near the wretched case.
Could anyone else have got at it?
Oh, I don't think so. I was in her room all the time she was packing. Honestly, I wouldn't have dared touch anything. She's so fussy. Everything all neatly done up in tissue paper. I just fling things in.
And whoever searched the case must have drawn a blank. Well, what is all this nonsense about finding out something important?
Oh, nothing. Very vague. Anyhow, you said not to talk about it here.
Yeah. Well, come and see your aunt and me tomorrow. Come and have lunch and we'll talk it over.
Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Henry, I can't. I'm going to stay with the Blakes for the weekend. You know, Nancy's parents, the girl I share the flat with.
Oh. Well, come around for a drink tonight.
Oh, I can't. I'm going to the pictures with Donald Mackay. Oh, I do hope they've got steak and kidney pie here. I adore steak and kidney pie, and I'm ravenous.
Great tragedy. Great tragedy, Inspector. Such a charming woman, and so young.
Yes, indeed. She seems to have been a brilliant girl, too.
But which of us can blame her? If she saw fit to take her own life...
What makes you say that, Dr. Markham?
Well, Inspector, I presume the post-mortem revealed her state of health.
You were her doctor. That's why I'm here. What was her state of health?
I imagine she was suffering from cancer.
You imagine?
Well, I'd better explain. Miss Pankhurst very seldom came to me for treatment, but I saw her 2 months ago. She wouldn't let me examine her. She was very distressed. She asked me for the name of the best cancer specialist in London.
For herself?
Well, she maintained it was for a friend. That's a very usual deception. All I could do was give her the name and let her go.
What specialist did you send her to?
Well, I'm not sure whether I should tell you, but in the circumstances, I suppose... Yes, Sir James Braithwaite of Wimpole Street.
My dear Inspector, what can I do for you? I trust your visit has no sinister significance?
Sir James, have you read in the press about the death of Miss Helen Pankhurst?
I'm afraid I limit my reading to the international situation in the book reviews. Miss Pankhurst? Who was she?
The assistant editor of Style. Was she ever a patient of yours?
I think not, but we can check with the card index. No. No, I've never had a patient of that name.
She may have used an assumed name. This is a photograph. You recognize her?
Yes.
Who was she?
Mrs. Charles Dodgson. She was not my patient. Her husband was, and still is.
Oh. What was your diagnosis of his condition?
Well, really, Inspector, I hardly think that...
I'd better tell you that this is a murder investigation.
Murder? Oh, I thought you meant... No, that would have been out of character. She was a very brave woman.
Well, please, tell me your diagnosis.
Inoperable cancer. He had a year to live.
Did you tell him?
No. His wife particularly asked me to keep it from him. Let's see. Oh, of course, how stupid of me. His card isn't here. Mrs. Dodgson, when she telephoned, emphasized that her husband was only free to see me at weekends. She told me they could easily arrange to spend the weekend near my country house.
Where is it?
Just outside Hindhurst.
I see. And what did you tell Mr. Dodgson?
Well, I was pretty sure of my diagnosis from the beginning, but he came for an X-ray a fortnight later. I told him he probably had a stomach ulcer, and he went away quite happy.
And Tuesday of this week, the X-ray results came through?
Monday evening, actually.
Yeah. Sorry, you telephoned Mrs. Dodgson?
No, she rang me. She asked me not to telephone.
What reason did she give?
Well, in cases like this, there's always the danger of the wrong person answering the telephone. I asked her to come and see me. She did so on the Tuesday, and I told her the facts. She behaved splendidly. Inspector, am I to understand that she was not, in fact, Mrs. Dodgson?
You are.
Well, then forgive me, but I'm concerned for my patient. Who will look after him?
He has a wife. Whether she will be as brave and sensible as Miss Pankhurst, I can't say. In due course, I'll send her to see you.
Good morning, Inspector. You're starting early for a Monday morning.
Miss Masters, I have a favor to ask. Could you get me a ticket for Nicholas Knight's show tomorrow?
Well, yes, of course I can, but...
Good. Can you also tell me the release date for this season's Paris photographs?
27th of February. Hello? No, Nicholas, I've told you before, I haven't the slightest idea where she is. She should have been here at 10, and she simply didn't turn up. I've telephoned her at home, and Nancy didn't know either. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Right. Bye. One of our models has let us down.
Oh? Which one?
That wretched new girl, Veronica Spence.
Did you say her flatmate didn't know where she was?
No. Nancy hadn't a clue. She said Veronica had been staying with friends for the weekend. Inspector, what's the matter?
You don't know, of course. Veronica's my niece.
Oh, good heavens. Ghastly. Well, I do apologize.
Nancy doesn't know. She told me she was spending the weekend with Nancy.
But then where is she?
I'd very much like to know. I think I'd better have a word with Donald Mackay. Where is she? Where's Veronica?
I'm afraid I don't understand, sir.
Oh, yes, you do. Where is she?
Oh, isn't she home?
She's missing. When did you last see her?
Last Wednesday evening.
You're lying. She told me herself she was going out with you on Friday evening.
Well, we did have a date, but I had to cancel it. My mother was taken ill, and I had to leave early and go down to the country. She's better now. My mother, I mean.
Did Veronica tell you what she was doing at the weekend?
No, I didn't see her. I just telephoned to cancel the date.
Hello? Oh, yes, Nancy. What? Why did you say you didn't know? I see. Where is she now? Thank you, Nancy. Huh? What time is it handed in? Right. Hop in a taxi and bring that telegram straight round. Nancy Blake had second thoughts and decided to tell me the truth. Or what she imagined to be the truth.
Yes?
She said Veronica was at the White Hart in Porchester with you.
What? But, well, you can see for yourself she isn't.
Nancy said you'd arranged to go away together, and you called it off on Friday because your mother was ill.
Well, yes. I didn't think I need tell you that, because...
No. I shall have plenty to say to you later on, young man.
But it wasn't...
Now, for the moment, I want to ask you one thing. Did you send Veronica a wire saying that your mother was better and asking her to meet you at Waterloo 11 o'clock Saturday?
No, of course I didn't.
I was afraid not. Somebody did. And she went to Waterloo.
Oh, God, no.
Who else knew your mother was ill?
Well, everyone in the office.
And how many people knew about the weekend jaunt?
Most people, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
Well, you know Veronica. She chatted about it a bit.
Oh, so everyone in the place except me knew that you and Veronica were off for what in my day used to be called a dirty weekend.
If you don't mind my saying so, sir, you're terribly old-fashioned.
That aspect of it can wait. The point is that you didn't go away together. So, Veronica was deliberately lured to Waterloo by a fake telegram from someone who knew all about your plans. Well, you can go now, but don't leave the building. I'll need you again. When all this panic started, I was having a talk to Miss Masters, and I want to finish it.
Well, Inspector, I fixed up the ticket for Nicholas's show. What else can I do for you?
Miss Masters, what happened to the small parcel Helen asked you to bring back from Paris?
Oh, good heavens, I've forgotten all about it. That shows how vague I am. You know what it was?
Yes.
I'm sorry I forgot. But it isn't important, is it? Silly little thing like that.
I think it cost Helen her life.
What?
Where is it now?
In my case, no.
No?
Now you mention it, it wasn't there when I unpacked. How weird.
Somebody took it.
Oh, surely not.
Was your case locked?
No.
And it was in the darkroom all night?
Yes. But you mean someone
Not stole, exactly. The someone was Helen.
Then where is it now?
My guess is it doesn't exist any longer.
I don't think I left it behind. I know you might remember.
Who?
Veronica. I was so rushed on the last day that she went out and bought the stuff for me. Perhaps she has it still.
Perhaps. But I hope to God you're wrong.
I read all about it in the paper, Inspector, so I thought I must come and see you.
You're sure it was this girl you saw?
Yes, I noticed her because she was so pretty, even with that funny-coloured lipstick.
In the ladies' cloakroom at Waterloo, just after 11 on Saturday morning.
Yes, I know the time because I had to catch the 11:12.
Yeah. And what was the last you saw of her?
Well, we went into adjoining conveniences. When I came out, she was still in there.
Anything else?
Well, she looked very happy. I said to myself, that girl's going to meet some young man. I do hope you find her, Inspector. Such a lovely girl.
Is it the pretty one in the red coat you'll be meaning?
Yes, Mrs. O'Reilly. Yes, that's her. The ticket collector is sure that she never got on the Porchester train. When did she come in?
Oh, don't ask me. Middle of the morning, that's all I know.
Mm-hmm.
I took her penny and showed her in. She had a suitcase with her. She was as pretty as a picture. That'll be some model or film star, I thought.
Did you see her leave?
No, it's funny, but I didn't. Of course, it's a busy time Saturday with all the ladies tired from shopping. She must have slipped out while I was attending to some other lady.
Yes. Yes, I suppose she must have.
Inspector Tibbet, there's an urgent message for you. Could you get back to the yard right away?
What's it in aid of, Sergeant?
Well, it seems that it's about this case. Young girl who's disappeared. There's some news.
What sort of news?
Well, I don't know, sir. They wouldn't say on the phone.
See. Well, thank you, Mrs. O'Reilly.
Oh, you're welcome.
If you remember anything else, please get in touch with me.
I will.
Oh, rather macabre, isn't it? Not a very happy send-off for Nicholas's show.
What isn't?
Oh, I didn't see you. I just meant all this tragedy of Helen.
Oh, Helen. Is there any news of that missing model girl?
Not as far as we know.
Oh, a terrible nuisance. I've had to reorganize my show entirely, but entirely.
Well, if there is any news, we'll soon hear it. The inspector's coming over.
What? What's he doing here?
Didn't I tell you? He asked for a ticket.
Maybe he's developing an interest in haute couture. Good afternoon, Inspector.
Good afternoon. Look, this seems an odd time and place to choose, but I feel it's only fair to tell you all before the official announcement, as you are all involved in a way.
Is it bad news?
Yes.
Veronica?
Yes. She was found under a haystack near Hoxton in Essex. She'd been strangled.
Oh, my God.
Essex. Whatever was she doing there?
The spot she was found was only a few miles from the home of Donald Mackay's parents.
Donald?
Yes.
Didn't turn up at the office this morning. My God, a murdered little bastard.
Have you got him?
Not yet. He's disappeared.
And are we to assume he also killed Helen?
That would seem the inevitable conclusion, Mr. Healy.
But why?
I can't go into all that now. It'll come out of the trial.
Inspector, I think we should ask Mr. Knight to cancel his show.
Oh, no, Miss French. No, that would be grossly unfair, and Veronica certainly wouldn't have wanted it. Please, Mr. Knight, carry on as if this hadn't happened.
Number 74. Forget-me-not.
Well, what do you think of the show, Inspector?
Well, I know nothing about it, of course, but I was impressed on the whole. He's a clever young man.
Very. We're nearly at the end. Just one more model.
Another evening dress?
It'll be a wedding dress, I think.
Number 75. Sweet Mystery.
Oh, you are right. Now, this one is beautiful. Will we see the bride's face, or will she stay veiled?
I expect there'll be a dramatic gesture when she gets to the end of the catwalk.
Veronica! Oh, but she's dead! Don't come near me, she's dead!
I came to give you this, Miss Masters. It's what Helen asked you to bring from Paris.
Veronica!
Of course, Miss Field can tell you all about it. She told me when I helped her to pack.
Rachel! You lying, cheating bitch! Inspector, there's your murderess. She killed Helen.
Nicky, you fool. It's a trick to catch us.
Rachel Field and Nicholas Field, otherwise Nicholas Knight. I arrest you both for the willful murder of Helen Pankhurst. And I must warn you that...
Leave Nicky alone. It was me. It was me.
Well, I hope you two are thoroughly ashamed of yourselves.
Well, sir...
Ashamed. I like that. You'd never have caught them without us, and you know it. We were baffled, admits Chief Inspector Tibbet of Scotland Yard.
We were not baffled. I admit your ridiculous scheme came in useful, Veronica, but only when I took charge of it.
Well, you see, I didn't know who it was. I guessed how
I'd be grateful if you'd begin at the beginning, Inspector. I'm a little lost.
Well, I think I'd better, Miss French, but it's difficult to know where to begin. I suppose the right place is Helen's love affair with Mr. Goring.
Mr. Goring? But I thought it was Michael.
So did most people.
There was no affair in the ordinary sense of the word, Inspector. They loved each other and hoped to marry when the magazine was stable enough financially. That was all.
I know. Difficulties started, didn't they, when Alwyn started to share Helen's flat?
Oh, yes. Godfrey was away in the States at the time, and the flat sharing was meant to be a very temporary arrangement. But Alwyn stayed on. So Michael and Teresa agreed that Helen should use them as an excuse when she was meeting Godfrey.
And then Alwyn saw Teresa at the theatre and jumped to the wrong conclusions.
They all talked it over and decided to let her go on, believing it was Michael.
Oh, poor Mr. Goring. What will happen to him now?
His wife loves him. I don't think she's been as much in the dark as everyone imagined. She tried to get out of me the name of Helen's doctor. I have a feeling that she'll nurse him devotedly as long as she can.
But then Helen's murder...
It was nothing to do with her love affair. I first guessed when Veronica told me that Rachel Field was a meticulous packer who wrapped everything up in tissue paper.
Tissue paper? But what's
Exactly.
that?
When Helen was killed and Rachel's suitcase rifled, there were things scattered all over the office, but not a shred of tissue paper.
Huh?
Whoever went through the case had removed it. And Rachel herself never commented on its absence, so she was involved somehow. Then some writing appeared on a piece of paper that had been blank before.
Where?
In Helen's flat. An unfinished letter on her blotting pad. Invisible ink.
Yes, that's what Helen asked Teresa to bring back from Paris. She'd guessed how the designs were being pirated, and she and Godfrey wanted to check that it was possible.
Do you mean that the tissue paper
Yes.
was used...
On the tissue paper in Rachel's case were traced paper patterns of the pieces of a toile, with sewing instructions in invisible ink. Rachel had come home, unpack, and send the sheets to Nicholas Knight. We had only to hold them in front of a fire, and there were his Paris models.
I still don't understand, Inspector. Who stole the tissue paper from Rachel's case?
Its rightful owner.
What?
At Goring's party, Patrick had too much to drink. He said to Knight, whom he loathes, "Helen and I know what you're up to," or words to that effect. Knight was rattled. He and Rachel had a talk, and they decided that she'd better go back and collect the case. Nothing sinister about that. She could simply walk off with it.
Of course.
She let herself in with her own key. She got as far as Helen's office, looked in, and stopped dead in the shadows. Well, Helen probably hadn't even noticed, but Rachel's case had burst open and the tissue paper was sticking out, with the markings on it showing clearly in the heat of the fire that Helen had switched on.
Oh.
And on Helen's desk, a bottle of invisible ink from Paris, which Helen had taken from Teresa's case.
So Rachel went to the darkroom and got the cyanide?
Yes. She put it in Helen's thermos, wiped it clean of fingerprints, and slipped away. Then she saw Nicholas and told him what he must do. He must watch Helen from his flat window.
Watch her? Do you mean he could
Yes,
see?
he saw her die. He told me himself he could see Helen working. Once she was dead, on Rachel's instructions, he was to go to the office and remove the tissue paper and the invisible ink. He did exactly what he was told, but he was in such a panic, he never thought to leave everything looking normal. If he'd only repacked the case and shut it, he'd never have known.
Have they confessed?
They've filled in the details.
But why then? They're such an unlikely pair to work together.
Rachel was Nicholas's sister.
What? But they're not a bit alike.
Well, there is a resemblance, actually, once you know. Rachel financed him when he set up in business. They kept the brother-sister bit quiet because of Goring's attitude to relationships in business. I checked with Sunset House yesterday. In fact, I had got most of this when my idiot niece decided to take a hand.
Well, it was a very bright idea, I thought. I suspected Nicholas, but I knew he must have an accomplice because he never went to Paris. So I went round saying loudly I knew he was up to something, and then dramatically disappeared. And Donald was to watch Nicholas' place like a hawk until the accomplice turned up.
A sillier idea I've seldom heard.
Seems to have succeeded in deceiving a lot of people. But how did you do it?
Well, we were going to Portchester to disappear, but then Donald's mother got ill, so we thought up a much better plan. he went home on Friday, and I sent myself a telegram so I could show it to Nancy. Oh, I acted so suspiciously. I hope the man at the post office remembered me. I couldn't have done more if I'd stood on my head. Well, anyway, the telegram came, and I showed it to Nancy and went to Waterloo. And when I was safely locked in the loo there, I changed into my old blue suit and took off all my makeup and put on some Woolworth spectacles. Oh, and I let my hair down.
Yes, I'd guessed.
Why?
You left hairpins all over the place, and a face tissue covered with mascara, and that terrible brown lipstick. That plus the fact that everyone knows you're going in and no one knows you're coming out.
Yes, I know. I thought I'd been pretty clever. I simply took a tube to Liverpool Street and a train to Hoxton and had a lovely long weekend with Donald's parents, who are sweeties. I stayed down there on Monday. Well, then, you see, Miss French, it was all up because they saw the papers with pictures of me all over them. I had to tell them everything, and then they went and rang Uncle Henry at Scotland Yard, and he wasn't there.
I was collecting your hairpins from the ladies' lavatory at Waterloo Station.
Oh, good. Anyway, Uncle Henry came back and rang the Mackays and was absolutely furious. I thought the telephone was going to explode. Then the nice policeman from Chelmsford came and smuggled me out. We drove to London like a whirlwind, with me hidden on the floor under a rug and the siren going. It was fabulous. And then I got smuggled into the back of Nicholas Knight's place. Oh, that was rather awful because some people had to know, but not Nicholas. And the girls were dead scared.
I had a lot of helpers. Miss French was one.
Miss French, did you know?
No, I knew nothing. Your uncle asked me to bring Miss Field to the show. I had no idea why.
Oh.
Well, I must go, Inspector. I have a lot of work to do and no secretary. Oh, I'm glad it's finished now.
Tell me something. Was it necessary?
Necessary? What do you mean?
Well, how talented was Nicholas Knight?
Why, he's brilliant. Nicholas is a very gifted young man.
I think your first choice of tense was the right one. So he'd have got there in the end without any of this?
Probably. He just wanted a shortcut.
A shortcut? How many murders have been just that? Helen is dead, Knight's career finished. And none of it was necessary at all. Greed and folly. They'll always be with us, I suppose. I'd probably be out of a job if they weren't.
In Murder à la Mode, the novel by Patricia Moyes, adapted for radio by Betty Davis, Chief Inspector Tibbet was played by Rupert Davis. The rest of the cast was as follows. Helen Pankhurst, Margaret Wolfett. Teresa Masters, Monica Gray. Rachel Field, Barbara Bolton. Patrick Walsh, Barry Keegan. Marjorie French, Joan Matheson. Michael Healy, Michael Spice. Donald Mackay, Nigel Lambert. Alwyn Piper, Joe Manning Wilson. Godfrey Goring, John Bentley. Veronica Spence, Elizabeth Proud. Ernest, Brian Hewlett. Nicholas Knight, John Rye. Lorna Goring, Margot Johns. Horace Barry, John Gabriel. Dr. Markham, Godfrey Kenton. Sir James, Malcolm Hayes. Mrs. O'Reilly, Kathleen Helm. Fashion commentator, Jill Carey. The play was produced by Betty Davis.
Next up is Draw Battens. Adapted from his book by Bill Knox, before he was murdered, Harry Derman was helping out at a model railway exhibition. Was this his hobby, or was there some other reason why he was so interested in electric trains? Producer Gordon Emsley, Scotland.
We present Paul Kermack as Chief Inspector Thane and Gerard Slevin as Inspector Moss in Draw Battens, adapted for radio from his book by Bill Knox. Draw Battens.
You shouldn't be doing that.
Eh?
I said you shouldn't be doing that.
Wait till I get into the station. All right, what is it?
Oh, look, Sergeant Lang, you're maybe running this exhibition. But I'm the caretaker here, and if any of those toy trains get damaged, I'll get it in the neck.
Relax, man. I just wanted a wee shot. It's quite a layout, eh? Goods trains, passenger trains, stations, signals. Wish I'd had something like this when I was a kid.
Huh? Wish I knew who it was all in aid of.
Well, look at the banners, man.
Project Community. So what?
So it's important enough for the Chief Constable to be coming to this flea pit of a hall tomorrow, plus a load of other VIPs.
Oh, I've seen the free booze that's in for them. What's it all about?
Well, you should know.
I'm just a caretaker. Glasgow Corporation don't pay me to think.
Just to make tea and mumble, is that it?
You drink the tea, Sergeant Lang, like you just invented thirst.
Millside Division has its community problems, right?
So?
So they take me off the beat, make me a sergeant, and make me community relations officer. Grassroots crime prevention, social welfare, and letting folk know cops are people.
Oh, if you say so.
Very funny. What's the time?
Nearly midnight.
All locked up?
For a long time, since the last of those club folk left, and I've got a kettle boiling.
Ah, good. I'll have a cuppa before I go. I'll have another wee shot at these trains first. Now, let's see. Oh, look at her go. 6, 7, 8 carriages in that lot. Oh, look how she took that car, eh?
Just be careful.
Oh, she'll go faster than that. Into the tunnel. Behind that big bit of scenery. Oh, hell.
That's done it.
Oh, shut up. I can't see what happened from here.
I warned you. If anything's broken...
Oh, stop moaning. Let's go and look. Round this way. Behind this scenery and...
What's wrong, huh? Is it broken? Oh, my God.
Don't touch him, man.
Is he dead?
Very. The way he's lying across the track. That's what made the train crash. Right. Where's your phone?
In my office.
Good morning, sir.
Don't make it worse, Mac. It's only 1 a.m. Where's Inspector Moss?
He's at the railway layout. That's where it happened.
So I heard. And Sergeant Lang?
Over there, sir.
Fine. Hi, Phil.
Oh, so you've arrived at last.
Which shows complete confidence in your ability.
Never mind the flannel. We've got problems coming.
What's the score?
Well, the caretaker saw nothing, heard nothing, and knows even less. And Francie Lang's the same.
Watch out, Inspector.
Careful with that damn camera.
Sorry.
Scientific Bureau. Give them a magnifying glass and they think they rule the world.
What about our body, Phil?
Oh, you know, it's Harry Durman, the car dealer.
Durman? What was he doing here?
Playing at trains. Oh, that's how it looks. From the tools lying around, he'd been repairing the model track.
Where is he?
I'll show you around this way. Behind this cardboard scenery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a nice layout, eh? Plenty of trains, too.
Don't you start. I'll send Detective Constable Beach round to Durman's flat to check it out.
Good.
Well, there you are.
Aye. Well, he looks peaceful. And there's not too much blood, which helps. Weapon?
Yes. No fingerprints.
Long-bladed electrical screwdriver.
Thin as a knitting needle, but sharper.
Mm-hmm. Time of death?
I don't know. We're still waiting for Doc Williams. It's been a busy night for police surgeons. Somebody got shot in Northern Division.
Well, that's Northern Division's worry. This is ours.
Who would want to murder a second-hand car dealer?
In Derman's case, just about anyone who bought a car from him. He specialized in tarting up bangers.
Didn't have a record, did he?
Nothing ever proved. But he had some shady friends, Phil. And there was something else.
Like what?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. There's something wrong.
Oh, just the usual.
Oh, your stomach ulcer. When did you eat last, Phil?
Oh, on schedule, but in the canteen.
Grease with everything. Damn, man. I've got it. Gerald Walsh.
The gambling club king?
Yes. He was Derman's partner in that bingo hall deal.
What bingo hall?
About 6 months back. Burned down one night.
Oh.
Looked like arson, but the insurance paid out.
Yeah, there's no proof.
Not enough.
You're Gerald Walsh's big time, Colin.
I know. But Derman wasn't.
Sir.
What is it, Mac?
It's a telephone message from Constable Beach, sir. He's at Durman's flat, Chief Inspector. He says, he says he'd like some help, sir.
What the hell's he going on about?
Well, there's been a break-in at the place, sir.
I'll go, Phil. Take over again here, will you? And try and squeeze some sense out of the caretaker. I'll be back later, but if you need me, I'll be at Derman's flat. Well, Beach?
Inspector Moss sent me out with Derman's keys, sir. But the house door was locked. Once I got in. Well, this room, sir. See for yourself.
Aye. Somebody's been here, all right.
Cupboards emptied, drawers ransacked. They got in through that window, sir.
Aye. Snip forced by Jimmy. What's outside?
Oh, just the backyard, sir.
You talked to the neighbors yet?
No, sir.
No, they can wait. Now, this room looks like a workshop.
Well, there's plenty of tools lying around. Oh, these model planes and things, sir. You think he made them all?
Probably. He was a hobby fanatic.
Well, this one's a beauty. This plane, sir. See, that's a 2.5cc diesel engine. Well, it would be radio-controlled in flight. When I was a kid, I always wanted one like that.
With me, it was model boats. Huh? Still, my kids would like to see this.
Aye, they're up in the Highlands just now with their wife, aren't they, sir?
Aye, a friend loaned her a cottage for a week.
Sounds nicer.
Well, right now, I wish I was there, too, still. I wonder. Whoever broke in here came looking for something. The question is, did he find it?
Well, who'll that be?
Oh, it'll be my driver. You better let him in.
Right, sir.
Wait a minute. That's a key. Out of sight, Beach.
Right, sir.
Quick, man.
Harry. Harry, it's me, Roy. You in?
Good morning.
The hell are you?
Police? You live here?
No. Police. Where's your warrant card?
Yep.
Detective Chief Inspector. Oh, top brass type fuzz.
Middle brass. Who gave you the key to this place?
Harry did. Harry Dunman. What's going on? Where is Harry?
He's dead.
Dead? How? What happened?
That'll keep. What's in the package?
Something for Harry.
Beach, open it.
Right, sir.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Don't worry, I'll be careful.
You can't do this.
I said Harry was dead. Mind telling me your name and why you're here?
I'm Roy Davidson. A kind of friend. I promised Harry I'd bring that parcel round tonight. He said he might be pretty late back and, well, he gave me a key.
It's after 1 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Davidson. You're pretty late yourself.
I suppose so.
Yeah, this parcel, sir. It's some kind of control unit.
Yes, that's right. It's a radio control unit for handling model planes at a distance. I had it on loan from Harry.
So you're a model maker, too?
Yes. Now, look, about Harry.
He was murdered.
Murdered?
Tonight.
Where?
King Street Public Hall. He was working on a model railway display.
Yes, I know. I mean about the display and that he'd be there. You see, I'm in the same club.
How old are you, Mr. Davidson?
20. I'm a second-year university student taking a science degree. But look, about Harry.
He was stabbed in the back.
Oh, poor old Harry.
Why didn't you just take the parcel to the exhibition hall?
Well, Harry had something else to do. He said he wasn't sure when he'd get there.
And when did he tell you all this?
This afternoon. He contacted me and said he needed the control unit back in a hurry.
Did he say why?
Well, something had gone wrong with the only other one he had.
I see. Mind telling me where you've been tonight, Mr. Davidson?
Out with a girl. I really should have been helping with the display.
But girls get priority, eh?
Each.
Sir.
What's her name, Davidson?
Well,
Her name, laddie.
Tracy. Tracy Walsh.
Gerald Walsh's daughter?
Yes, that's right. We were at a disco club in town. I drove her home afterwards and then came out here.
Have you known her long?
It's Tracy. Oh, for a spell. Harry Dunman introduced me, although he said...
Yeah?
Well, just that his name wouldn't be a good introduction to Tracy's old man.
He was probably right. Mr. Davidson, I'd like you to give Detective Constable Beach a statement.
All right, sir.
No?
Now. Good night, Mr. Davidson.
Hey, back again, sir.
And that's another damn stupid greeting, Mac. Where's Inspector Moss?
He's in the caretaker's office, sir. By the way, the Buddha Ilford has arrived from headquarters. He's in there, too.
Boss, thanks for the warning. What kind of a mood is he in?
Well, I've seen him happier, sir.
With Chief Superintendent Ilford, I can guess what that means. Thanks, Mac.
Ah, sir.
Yes, I agree, sir. That's the best way to handle them.
I feel.
But I'm afraid the rest won't be so easy.
He's on the line to the Chief Constable.
Oh. Yes, of course, sir. And Thane's here now. I'll tell him.
Oh, you'll do that, all right. Any luck?
And you'll
Not
tell
much.
the police committee people. Well, thank you, Chief Constable. Thank you. Good night. Well, Thane.
Sir?
The Chief Constable is postponing the exhibition. Project Community. Whose idea was it, anyway?
Community Relations Section, sir. Fostering police and public mutual understanding, the handbook calls it.
Damn the handbook. And damn community relations. What's the score at Derman's house?
It's a break-in, all right. But that's about all I'm sure of so far.
Well, at least we've got the medical view of things now. Tell him, Moss.
A single stab wound, angle downward, plenty of force, directly into the heart. Death would be instantaneous.
Time of death?
Oh, maybe an hour before he was found.
Yeah, well, it helps a little. Well, Thane, what's next?
There's a link with Gerald Walsh, sir. I think I'll talk with him in the morning.
Walsh? Then watch your step. One wrong word and he'll produce a lawyer from his pocket ready to sue.
I'll go easy, sir.
Yeah, good. Before I go, do I need to remind you about a certain international against West Germany in 2 days' time?
Oh, just a friendly, sir.
Like the last one?
Exactly. We'll have around 100,000 fans milling about. Just get this cleared up fast, Thane. I've enough worries as it is. Your wife's away right now, isn't she?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. No domestic distractions. That should help, anyway.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye, sir. Well, that could have been worse. I wonder how Mary would like being called a domestic distraction.
I can imagine.
Me too. Well, what now?
Derman's flat was raided. We'd better check his car showroom.
Oh, I'm ahead of you. It's being done.
Good.
And we've found Derman's car outside here. The scientific boys are checking it.
How about the caretaker?
Oh, him. I leaned on him a bit. And now he admits there was a side door open right up until Francie Lang found the body.
What the hell was that? I thought the place was locked tight.
So did I. But it's an arrangement he had to make life easier.
You mean always?
Well, usually, right up till he went home. Saved him getting up to answer doorbells.
Damn.
You want to see him?
No, not now.
I've someone else waiting. Carol Jordan, the secretary of the model club. I had him brought in.
What's he like?
He's helpful enough. About 30, walks with a stick.
Oh, well, let's have him in.
All right. Mr. Jordan.
Yes?
In here, please. He works in an estate agency. I asked him to make a list of the club members who should have been here tonight.
Well, that should help.
Come in, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you.
Ah, Mr. Jordan, I'm Chief Inspector Thane.
Chief Inspector.
Sit down, won't you?
Thanks.
It's good of you to help like this.
I'm not sure that I can help yet. Here's the list, Mr. Moss.
All right.
Everybody in the model club who should have been here tonight.
Let's have it, Phil.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Harry Derman isn't on this.
He didn't turn up. Not while we were here.
Well, when we found him, it looked like he'd been working on the track.
He must have come in later. And Harry was the type who'd always find something he reckoned wasn't right.
A fanatic for detail.
Yeah, something like that. But he was always willing to help out.
What about Roy Davidson? He's not on the list either.
Roy called off. He'd a date.
He wasn't near the hall?
No, not tonight. I'm positive.
I see. Cigarette?
I don't use them, thanks.
Lucky man. Mr. Jordan, we're looking for help. Any kind of help, including gossip.
About Derman?
That's right.
No, there's nothing.
Think about it.
No, there's nothing.
Mr. Jordan, we're talking about murder. And something is worrying you, isn't it?
Maybe you're right.
Well, let's have it.
About a month ago, Harry asked me to buy some electronic hardware for him.
Like what?
Transistor circuits, that kind of thing. He gave me the cash and I was to shop around, buy a few things in each place. Never a load at once. Then I was to forget about it.
And you did it for him?
Yes.
Did you ask him why?
Yes. Told me to mind my own damn business.
But you did it. So it couldn't be traced back to him. Why did he want it?
I don't know.
Oh, you just did what he told you, eh?
He said Harry was always willing to help out. Did he ever help you out?
Yes. I was in a car crash and afterwards I was stuck in hospital. I came out nearly broke. I'm married. I was tight for cash. Dubman agreed to help me.
How much?
£500 interest-free. Then later, when he asked me to get the electronic stuff, he said that if I did it, I could forget about the loan.
We'll want a statement, Mr. Jordan.
And a list of what you bought. That's all for now.
Right. I couldn't afford to turn him down, Chief Inspector.
We understand, Mr. Jordan.
Thanks. For that much.
Poor basket. You think it matters?
Your guess is as good as mine. Oh, there's not much else we can do for now, Phil. I'm going to grab a few hours' sleep.
And then?
Gerald Walsh. We'll try him at home.
I heard something about him. Oh? He's marrying again, and the woman used to be a TV actress or something.
Then I'll tie a ribbon round your neck and pretend you're a wedding present.
If you're selling, we don't want any.
Police. We'd like to see Mr. Walsh.
Oh, which one? I'm Frank Walsh.
Mr. Gerald Walsh?
My father. All right, come in.
Thanks.
We're having breakfast. On here. The old man's half expecting you.
Oh? Why?
We can read. Derman's murder. It's in the papers. Here we are. Dad visited us.
Ah, morning. Wait a minute. Chief Inspector Thane, right?
Yes?
Oh, don't look so surprised. We met once years back. You were a sergeant then. I don't forget faces. Who's this with you?
Detective Inspector Moss.
Oh, sit down, both of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like some coffee?
Well, that sounds a good idea.
Yeah, will you taste it? Low caffeine and mostly milk.
Well, I'm on a diet. I have a brand new duodenal ulcer.
So we all suffer. Here you are.
Thank you.
Well, to suit me, I'm in the ulcer club, too.
And maybe we can exchange symptoms sometime.
And yours, Inspector Moss?
You're here about Harry Darman, right?
Yes. We know you were partners once.
I had an interest in something he was doing. There's a difference.
Look, Dad, I think...
Frank, I'll handle this. Stay quiet. Go on, Thane.
Stage one is pure routine, Mr. Walsh. Your daughter, Tracy.
Tracy? What about her?
A student named Roy Davidson says she can confirm his movements last night.
A current, long-haired wonder. Yes, he brought her home last night. What's he going to do with things?
We're just checking. I'd like to see your daughter.
Tracy's still asleep.
Go and get her down, Frank. But Thane, you talk to her in front of me.
All right.
Is Davidson, is he in any kind of trouble?
He was in the same model engineering club as Durman. That's about all.
I knew that. Frank, I told you to get Tracy. Move.
All right, I'll get her.
Thane, I don't mind helping, but this family's not getting involved.
If you're worried about publicity...
Yes, I am. Wait a minute, there's something I want to get. This photograph. You recognize that?
I know the face, all right.
From the telly.
That's it. Ruth Blantyre, the actress. We get married next month.
Congratulations.
My first wife died 10 years back. I never thought of marrying again until I met Ruth, but I'm not having anything fouled up because a low-grade crook has got himself murdered.
Well, I wasn't exactly planning to march down the aisle with you, Mr. Walsh.
I'm just warning you. And I've the family to think about, too. Frank helps me run the clubs. He'll run the whole show someday. He's still pretty wet behind the ears. Tracy's only 19, at art school. Why stir things up for them?
We can try to go along with you, but that depends how you play.
New deck, cut, shuffle, and off the top.
All right. Tell me about Harry Durman.
He wanted to turn an old cinema into a bingo hall, but he hadn't enough cash. I started with a 30% interest. Then he had problems.
So we propped him up again.
Correct. Where's your sister?
She's coming, Dad. Maybe we should have a lawyer along.
I'll decide that, son. Isn't it time you were leaving for work?
Yeah, well, I think
I want the overnight figures ready for when I get in. I can handle this end.
All right, if that's what you want. Goodbye.
Where were we?
Propping up Durman.
Yeah. So then I had 51% of the bingo operation. Durman ran it, of course.
Until the hall burned down.
That's when he tried to con me over the insurance money. He didn't get far, and any arrangement we had ended. Oh, yes, Tracy now.
Hi, Dad.
Hello, love.
Frank said police.
Chief Inspector Thane and Inspector Moss.
Hi.
How do you do?
Morning.
Have I done something?
No. But we think you can help us.
Take a look at the morning paper, Tracy. This story.
All right. Harry Durman. Dead. Oh, Dad.
Nice. All right. Tell her, Thane.
Roy Davidson says he was with you most of the evening.
Not most, all of it.
And then he delivered a package to Durman's flat.
Yes, I knew about that.
What time did you two get out here?
Oh, about midnight. Then Roy stayed for about an hour.
With Ruth and I. We'd spent the evening here.
Miss Walsh, did you see Durman at any time last night?
No, and Roy didn't leave me.
Then that's it.
I'll see you out. Same.
Thanks, Miss Walsh.
You're welcome. Any time.
Well, I won't say I'm sorry to see you go.
Most people feel that way. Oh, one thing I forgot to ask. How did the fire at the bingo hall start?
It's in the insurance report. There was an electrical fault.
Did that surprise you?
I don't think I know what you mean, Thane.
or like it?
It'll keep. Goodbye, Mr. Walsh.
Good morning again, sir.
Hello, Mac. Much happening?
Just a few routine reports in your desk, sir.
Great.
Chief Inspector, I put Francie Lang in your office. He wants to see you about something.
Okay, but I've got to go out again to Derman's car showroom.
Right. A cuppa, sir.
After I've seen Sergeant Lang. And let me know if anything comes in from the Scientific Bureau.
I will that, sir.
Well, Francie, looking for me?
Yes, sir. I was, sir.
Relax, man. What's the problem? If it's another community relations notion... Look...
It's not that, sir.
Well?
Look, sir, before I got this job, I spent a long time on the beat around here. I know people. Well, I thought maybe
Let me guess. You thought you'd maybe start a one-man murder inquiry. Don't be a damn fool, Francie.
I could ask around. I've contacts. Contacts who owe me favours.
Well, all right, ask around, but nothing more, understand?
Yes, sir.
On your way, then.
Thanks, sir. Thanks very much.
As long as he keeps his nose out of trouble. Thane?
Dan Lawton's Scientific Bureau, Colin.
Oh, hello, Dan. Got something for us?
Oh, sometimes we've good days, sometimes we've bad.
Mm-hmm.
Your murder, for instance.
Well?
The weapon was wiped. No fingerprints.
Ah.
But like to visit me at headquarters in about an hour?
Why?
Wait and see. I might be right, I might be wrong.
Now, look, Dan...
About an hour, all right?
All right. Bye-bye. Dan. Had any sense I'd have gone up to the cottage with Mary. Now, what the heck's keeping that tea?
Hello, Colin. Welcome to the used car lot.
A joker out there tried to flog me a mini.
The sales manager. Well, this is Durman's office, and I'm glad I came.
Meaning?
The safe.
Oh.
Those keys we took from Durman's body opened it. Careful now. There's a dummy back plate. It comes off like this. Take a look now.
Banknotes.
3,000 quid, I reckon.
And the rest?
3 bank books and a passport made out to a John Hawkins. You think he was planning a holiday?
The incognito kind. Anything else?
Uh-huh. Come through to the workshop. Found an old friend of yours. Hey! Shut that thing down!
Oh, hello, Mr. Thane. I had a feeling you'd show up.
Hello, Bootsy. How long since you got out this time?
About 6 months. I could get 2 years for the last job and then time off for good behaviour.
Good behaviour? Well, that must have made a change. And when did you start work here?
A couple of months back.
Bootsy Malloy and work don't exactly mix in my book.
Well, I'm a mechanic by trade. And there's this bird I've got now. Well, she wants a ring in her finger and me in a job, you know.
It happens to the best of us. Did Derman know you had a record?
Sure, but he needed a mechanic.
No other reason.
Hey, was he working a racket? Because if he was, I didn't get cut in it.
Where were you last night, Bootsy?
With my bird and her folks. And I slept there too. Would you believe, on my own on a flaming couch?
Well, it has changed, hasn't it?
Bootsy, how much do you know about Derman?
Nothing.
But your memory might improve.
If it did, what is it worth?
Bootsy, if it does, you'll just tell me, because if you don't, and I ever find out, your bird's going to be left chirping alone for a long time.
I was only joking.
Well, I wasn't. Phil, take care of things here. Then meet me in the canteen at headquarters. I've got to see Dan Lawrence.
Oh, best of luck. You know what I think of his mob. Give them a magnifying glass and
they think they own the world, I know.
The Darman case, Colin. Mm-hmm. We drew a blank at the murder location. But Darman's apartment was different.
Fingerprints?
Oh, who the hell leaves fingerprints anymore? No. A sergeant of mine sniffed around that workshop. Wait now. Yeah. This box. He found these bits and pieces.
Mm-hmm. Electronic stuff.
Uh-huh. Miniaturized components. Then, well, you sent me a list of parts Darman had someone buy for him. They add up. With half that list of components you produced, an expert could build a gadget that would go through the average electronic security system like a dozen salts. Banks, high-class jewelry stores, safe deposits, take your pick.
You're sure, Dan?
Sure. That is possible.
You mean there's maybe a big-time robbery schedule?
Somewhere, sometime.
Great.
Now, something else. Tommy's car. And we need that microscope. And this slide. Take a look.
Yeah, all right.
So, eh? What do you see?
A hair of some kind? Human, maybe.
Uh-huh. That's top-quality mink. Probably from a woman's coat. Narrow, irregular medulla, broad, well-defined cortex, and a trace of cosmetic powder clinging to the fibers. We found several of them in Darman's car. He kept expensive company.
Electronics, a mink coat.
And maybe a robbery coming up. Now, who breaks the glad news to Buddha Ilford?
You're the one who found out.
All right. I'm elected. It'll cost you a drink, and it's cheap at the price.
Well, the tea in this damn canteen gets worse every time. Could practically charge it with assault.
Well, it's wet. Would you like another sausage roll?
Oh, you must be joking. Hey, look, Colin. If this electronics notion of Dan's is right...
Then we've got trouble.
Well, maybe more than you reckon. I ran a wee check on Durman with records.
Mm-hmm.
They've had rumours linking him with Ziggy Fraser. The Ziggy Fraser.
Fraser? He's as mean as they come.
Vicious enough to carry his own granny. But I don't know. See, his kind of operation's usually pretty simple. Hire some muscle and maybe hijack a load of whiskey. Things like that.
How strong are the rumours, Phil?
Well, reasonable. But I wouldn't expect Ziggy Fraser to confirm them.
No. He wouldn't tell you what time it was unless it suited. Phil, suppose Durman was building some box of tricks on a contract for someone like Fraser. Now, being killed might be, well, terminal bonus.
Mm-hmm. What about your mink coat? You think he'd a rich bud tucked away somewhere?
Durman?
Well, it was a notion. Well, you're a character in the arson squad. Offered me a couple of tickets for the Scotland-West Germany game just before you got here.
We should be so lucky.
That's what I told them.
Why were you fraternizing with the arson squad?
I was asking about that bingo hall fire. They still say that the fire was rigged, and the insurance paid out 40,000 quid in the claim.
51% of it to Gerald Walsh.
Yeah, he probably used it as cigarette money.
Hey, finish that tea, Phil.
Well, where are we going?
Not we, you. That model club secretary, Carol Jordan, find out what he knows about mink.
And you?
Well, I'm going back to Millside to try to think my way through this. I need some answers before Buddha Ilford starts asking the questions. Hello, Mac.
Oh, hello, sir.
What's going on here? A union meeting?
No, nothing, sir. Except you've got a visitor, sir.
A visitor?
It's that actress woman, sir. Ruth Blantyre.
Now, she's maybe a shade past it, sir, but then she's about your age.
Detective Constable Beach, how would you like to be back on the beat?
Oh, sorry, sir, I only meant...
I know what you meant.
Well, mind you, now, she's still a damn good-looking piece of woman, sir, eh? Oh, by the way, her brother's with her. I put them in your office.
All right, Mac. What else has disturbed your peace?
Chief Superintendent Ilford phones her.
Oh.
And Francie Lang is coming to see you.
Right. Get this shot of lectures back to work. Put some of them on trying to locate Ziggy Fraser.
Right, sir. Hey, come on now, lads. You have. Move. Beach, you for a start.
All right, Sarge. Straight away, Sarge.
Miss Blantyre.
Your sergeant said it would be all right if you waited in here. You don't mind?
No.
Oh, this is my brother, Don.
Hello. Mr. Blantyre.
This is totally Ruth's idea, not mine.
But I won't take more than a couple of minutes, I promise.
That's all right. Cigarette.
Thanks.
Not for me.
A light, Miss Blantyre.
Oh, thank you.
That's a handsome engagement ring.
Genuine diamond solitaire, like a rock. Like to guess its value.
Oh, Don, shut up.
Oh, sorry.
Still, Chief Inspector, you know I'm engaged to Gerald Walsh.
Oh, yes, yes.
And I know you've been to see him.
Did he tell you to come?
No. And I'd rather he didn't find out.
He needn't.
Thanks, Chief Inspector. Well, I was at Gerald's place last night when Tracy got back with the Davidson boy, and I can confirm that. The other thing is... Look, Gerald is worried sick about all that's happening.
He didn't seem that way to me.
Gerald matters a lot, as far as I'm concerned.
Ruthie, for God's sake, get on with it.
If you're worried about publicity...
I'm not. Only about Gerald. Well, there's something Gerald won't tell you. But I'd rather you found out now than later.
Go ahead.
About a week ago, Gerald arrived at his club. You know, the Silk Slipper?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Harry Derman was waiting and tried to put the bite on Gerald for money. Gerald knocked him down and then threw him out.
Telling the world around, I'll murder that bastard if he shows his face here again.
Could he have meant it?
No, he couldn't have been involved.
You say Derman tried to squeeze money out of Gerald Walsh. How?
I don't know. But I do know what Derman tried to do once before. Well, you know about the bingo club fire?
Yes, yes.
Well, Gerald swears Derman must have started that fire. He'd been trying to get Gerald to either buy him out or sell the hall and take a loss. The place wasn't making money and Derman was in trouble. Well, Gerald wouldn't sell.
That's how I've heard it, too.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me. Thane?
It's Bootsy Malloy here, Mr. Thane.
Mm-hmm.
I've remembered a couple of things.
Good. No promises, but if they matter, you won't lose on it.
Well, just remember I'm doing this because of that bird of mine. And anything I did for Derman was straight, ordinary work, right?
If you say so. Let's have it.
Not over the phone.
Then where?
Right, outside Kelvin Grove Art Galleries in 10 minutes. I'll be near the bus stop.
Why there?
A damn good reason. The Art Galleries, Mr. Thane, in 10 minutes.
Right, I'll be there.
You're busy, Chief Inspector.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Well, we'll go then. But, yes, I think I'll tell Gerald I was here.
He's a lucky man, Miss Blantyre. Luckier than he knows.
Thank you. Goodbye, then.
Goodbye.
Art gallery's coming up, sir.
Right. Take it easy, Erickson. I don't want to scare him off.
Sir.
Mac, we'll cruise past the bus stop. Keep your eyes open for Malloy and for anyone else you might know.
Aye. Are you expecting trouble then?
No, just being careful.
Aye, that Malloy's the tricky one, and...
Hell, what's going on up there? Pull in, Erickson.
Well, that's the bus stop, sir.
But that crowd just beyond it. Come on, Mac.
Oh, it was awful, just awful.
Here, now get him through there, police! Oh, hell. No, I said get back there. Oh, hello, sir.
Constable?
O'Hara, Marine Division, sir. I've sent for an ambulance, but, well, he's dead.
It's Bootsy Malloy, sir.
Aye. Get those people back, Mac.
Yes, right. Hey, come on, now. This is not a free entertainment. Now, where you go?
Well, Constable, what happened?
Well, sir, I saw it, sir. I was on the north pavement heading west.
O'Hara, you're not in the flaming witness box. Just tell it.
Well, he was crossing the road, sir. He was heading for the bus stop, and this van, it just came belting out of nowhere and ran him down. And then it kept on going.
Number?
Oh, I got it, sir. I passed it to Marine Division on my personal radio.
Good. It was probably stolen. What about the driver?
Well, there were two of them in the cab, sir, and I'd swear they were wearing stocking masks.
You're probably right.
The victim, sir, did you know him then?
I was coming to meet him.
Mr. Thane.
Yes, Mac?
Now, this lady here says she got to him first.
Aye, that's right. He was just gone when I reached him.
Did he say anything? Could be important.
I doubt that. He just muttered away about a bird. A wee bird. He wouldn't know what he was saying. There wasn't as much as a pigeon around.
He meant another kind of bird, Mrs. His girl.
Well, and she's the one we should be sorry for now, eh?
You're probably right. Yes, you're probably right.
Oh, Thane, come in.
Sir?
Hey, Colin. You had some bad luck?
Sit down, Thane. Thane, next time you arrange to meet an informer, let me know. I'll send out tickets.
Well, what's the score on it now, Colin?
A stolen van found abandoned. No trace of who was driving it.
But we can take it they were following Malloy, waiting their chance, What are you doing about it?
Trying to backtrack on Malloy's movements. And I've switched Phil Moss onto finding Malloy's girl. Every spare man I've got is trying to locate Ziggy Fraser.
You saw Gerald Walsh this morning?
Yes, sir. My report
I've
should have
seen
been...
it, yes. Thane, in case you don't know it,
Anyone trying to get a casino license in this country has to be as pure as an archbishop. For the moment, I'm more interested in the late Harry Derman for damn good reasons.
We've found out a bit more about what Derman was working on, Colin. Ever heard of a ghost pulse unit?
No.
Well, how about a vibration desensor?
I said tell him never mind the trimmings.
That's right. Look, electronic security means that you can have a thing the size of a can of beans lying in the middle of a room. A thing so sensitive, it will react to the way air currents in the room are disturbed if someone as much as raises an arm. It's like my wife, damn sensitive to drafts. Now, the second type are vibrators. They're wired on a circuit to a door or maybe the windows and send out a pulse beat. Now, if anything upsets that beat, alarms start ringing. Follow me?
I think so.
Thane, we've had 2 reports of break-ins at electronic stores this morning. Both lost remote control units, like the kind this young fellow, Davidson, was returning to Derman.
Which means somebody needed them badly. Colin, I'm not sure about the remote control side, but I'm damn certain Derman was building a ghost pulse unit. A gadget that could snuff out an electronic pulse guard alarm system.
Yeah, we're warning all organizations using these alarm systems. Wait a moment. Yes? Yes, he's here. Hold on. Thane, it's for you. It's Moss.
Oh, thank you, sir. Hello, Phil.
Colin, I found that girl. Columbus Street. Do you know it?
Yes? Have you talked to her?
And told her about Malloy. She took it badly.
I'll come over. Thanks, Phil.
Well?
We found Malloy's girl, sir.
Then let's hope she knows something. Keep in touch, Thane. I'll be with Chief Constable sorting out crowd control for this damned football match. West Germany. Why couldn't we have played them out there?
This door, Colin. The bell doesn't work.
Around here, that's no surprise. When they pull this street down, only the rats will be sorry.
Aye. Her name is Rose Hodge. Well, watch out for her mother. She's a tartar.
You again?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Hodge, but that's how it is.
All right. Come in.
Thank you.
In here. Rose?
Yes, Ma?
The police. Again.
It's all right, Ma.
This won't take long, Rose. Bootsy told me about you.
Bootsy? If her dad and me had known more about him...
Oh, look, Mrs. Hodge, why don't you get lost for 5 minutes? Then you'll get rid of us in half the time.
If you think you
I
could
said
talk
go
to me...
away, Mrs. Hodge. For your daughter's sake, eh?
Oh, all right. But, Rose, you call me if they annoy you too much.
Yes, Ma.
Well, now.
She means well.
I know. Rose, Bootsy said he was going straight.
That's right. We were saving to get married.
How did he get that job at Derman Motors?
A friend told him about it.
What was his name, eh?
Oh, somebody called Fraser. Iggy or Ziggy Fraser, something like that.
Ziggy Fraser, I see. Yes, we know about him.
Why did they kill Bootsy, mister? Why did they do it?
Because Bootsy wanted to tell me something, Rose. Now, if I could find out what that something was, it would help a lot. Had he been worried about anything?
Yes. Something he had to do for a friend of Mr. Derman's, a special job.
Tell me about it.
Well, he had to go somewhere and repaint 2 big vans, paint them blue.
Blue?
Yes. And he was worried in case they were stolen, yet he said he had to do it in case he lost his job.
Did he tell you where the vans were, Rose?
No.
Anything else, Rose? Anything at all?
No. I'm sorry.
Oh, never mind. You've done fine.
Well, that's that. Ziggy Fraser.
And 2 large blue vans.
Loot carrying for the use of. Mm-hmm. There's our car. Uh-oh, look who's coming. Your friend, Sergeant Lang.
Hello, sir. I heard you were here. Hey, have you got a moment?
Yes, I suppose so, Francine.
I hear you're looking for Ziggy Fraser.
You hear a hell of a lot, Sergeant.
I think I can lay Ziggy Fraser on a plate for you, sir. I've a contact who owes me a favour.
Can you trust him?
No, but he knows I'd beat his ears off if he tried anything. He says he'll be able to tell me where Fraser is tonight.
Well, go carefully and do nothing on your own.
Right, sir. Yeah, there's something else.
Well?
The word is Harry Derman was shopping around for some warehouse space near the docks. Well, then he stopped asking. It looks like he got fixed up.
How the hell are we supposed to compete?
Thanks, Francie. but go carefully. I mean it.
Ah, well, I know what Ziggy Fraser's like. Goodbye, sir.
Bye, Francie.
See you.
Into the car, Phil.
Right. Where to, sir?
Oh, just give me a minute.
Oh, Francie Lang, wandering around on his own, in a uniform.
And he comes up with almost as much as us. Phil, how did you get on when you saw Carol Jordan?
Oh, our model club secretary. Well, I asked him about Durman like you wanted, and he laughed at the notion of Durman having any kind of woman friend, let alone one with a mink coat.
Why?
Durman was more the other way inclined. Oh, Jordan had company when I found him. Tracy Walsh and her hairy boyfriend.
Davidson? Why?
Don't ask me. But they looked worried. They took off quickly enough when I arrived. The girl made some excuse about... Hey.
What?
She said she had to get to Kelvin Grove Art Galleries, Colin. Some student assignment she had there.
And Bootsy said...
You were to meet him at Kelvin Grove Art Galleries, for a reason.
Driver?
Yes, sir.
Go to the Silk Slipper, Gerald Walsh's club.
I know it, sir.
Do we have a reason?
Well, that depends on Walsh, Phil. Let's find out.
Good afternoon, Chief Inspector. What brings you to the Silk Slipper? Don't tell me you've a gambling instinct.
The instinct, but not the means. I'd like to see your father, Frank.
In the mood he's in, you're welcome. I'll take you to him.
Thanks.
Now, the club's quiet just now, of course. The real action doesn't start till around midnight.
I see. Were you here last night?
Meaning?
Just that.
I was here. Till around 1 a.m., either in the office with Don Blantyre or out front giving the punters the happy smile bit.
And they'd remember.
Don will, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
In here.
Oh, Dad.
No, you two again.
Just briefly, Mr. Walsh.
Good. You've arrived in the middle of an unplanned family gathering. Let's see. Well, you've already met Ruth and her brother.
That's right.
Hello.
Chief Inspector.
Hi.
Well, Chief Inspector.
I'd like to talk to you alone for a minute, Mr. Walsh.
All right. Ruthie.
What, Gerald?
That mink of yours. Do you have to use it as a foot mat? It worries me.
Oh, it's slipped off his chair again.
Well, I'll get it. No.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Miss Blantyre. I kind of tripped.
No harm done.
Here's your mink.
Thanks. I bought this myself, so it matters.
Phil, stay with them and check out the points I asked about.
Oh, yes, sure. Right, Colin.
Well, take a walk round the tables, Thane. For me, it's a kind of dawn patrol. Well, now you've had the guided tour. Roulette, baccarat, you name it, we've got it.
This painting on the wall, did Tracy do that?
Yeah, she's pretty good, eh?
Yes, she is. She was at the art galleries earlier, wasn't she?
Right. Working on a project for art school. Look, Thane, let's get to business. Ruthie came to see you.
Yes.
What she told you was true. Dermond did come to see me, and I threw him out.
And why did he come?
I don't know for certain. I came into the club, found him, and told him to get out. He made some noises about letting me in on some deal, but after the last time...
You weren't interested.
He was lucky I heaved him out of the door and not through a window. But I didn't see him after that, or kill him.
Mr. Walsh, how long have you held a gaming license?
You can look it up. If you're interested, the man who checked me out when I applied was your boss, Chief Superintendent Ilford.
That's a fair recommendation.
Maybe one worth remembering. Finished?
For now. I'll just collect Inspector Moss, and we'll be on our way.
That's the first piece of good news I've had today.
Anything on the radio while we were gone, Erickson?
Nothing for us, sir.
Right. Back to Millside.
Well, I got it, Colin.
The mink?
Aye. It was an interesting fall.
With a soft landing on Ruth Blantyre.
Oh, I enjoyed that.
You're easily satisfied.
Well, it gave me the chance to get a sample from her coat. A few hairs for the Scientific Bureau's comparison microscope.
Good.
I suppose they match the ones from Dermond's car.
And we're in business, Phil. Except...
Except what?
I like her.
Oh, what the hell's that got to do with it?
Nothing, Phil. Nothing at all.
Millside CID, Inspector Moss.
Headquarters on the line, Inspector. It's Chief Superintendent Ilford for Chief Inspector Thane.
Right, he's here. Hold on. Colin.
Mm-hmm.
It's Bud Ilford for you.
All right. What time is it?
After 9. 4 hours we've just been hanging around here.
Like birds in the wilderness. Here, let's have the phone. Thane?
Read that the operation order I put out, Thane?
The surveillance plan, sir, yes.
Yeah, codename Operation Mink. Special watches on selected high-risk premises with electronic security devices.
It looks comprehensive enough.
No, it isn't. But it's the best we can do.
It's a good code name, sir. Operation Mink.
Is it?
Hmm.
I've just heard from Dan Lawrence's people. Those hair samples you sent me, Thane.
Mink?
They were tarted up rabbit.
Rabbit.
Rabbit. 4 legs, big ears.
Oh.
Somewhat down the social scale.
Operation Bunny Rabbit, sir.
I don't think that's funny.
No, sir.
Sergeant Lang was supposed to have a lead to that Ziggy Fraser.
Well, we're waiting to hear from him, sir.
Yeah. And I'll be waiting to hear from you, Thane. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Operation Bunny Rabbit. Always the diplomat, aren't you?
Oh, belt up, Phil.
Still, it means we don't necessarily get the truth from Ruth Blantyre and the Walsh family. I think they're getting edgy.
So is Buddha Ilford.
Aye.
I'll get it. Thane?
It's Francie Lang, sir. I'm in a phone box in Fidra Street. Can you get down fast?
Fidra Street, Phil.
I know.
Uh-huh.
Ziggy Fraser's here, near the West Quay side. I saw him going into an old warehouse yard a couple of minutes back, and at least another 3 Neds with him.
We're on our way, Francie. Now stay put till we get there, understand?
Right, sir.
Phil, 2 cars, stuff them full of men.
2 cars it is.
And tell them to get a move on. I don't want to lose Fraser.
Very nearly there, sir. Next turning's Fidra Street.
Slow down, then.
Right, sir.
Second car's right behind us, Colin.
West Quayside's at the far end. Oh, there's the phone box.
It's empty.
Damn, I told him to stay put.
Sir, there's something happening further down. In the middle of the street.
I see them.
Somebody's been thumped.
Foot down, Erickson, hard.
They've seen us. They're running.
Now, Erickson.
Colin, it's Francie Lang.
Get after them, all of you.
Right.
Come on, lads.
Right, this way, some of you.
Right, sir.
Right.
Come on.
Erickson, give me a hand to ease him over.
Right, sir. Oh, hell. It's a mess.
Francie. Francie.
I found it up, sir.
Erickson, radio for an ambulance.
Right. We'll get you fixed up, Sarge. Don't worry. That'll be right.
What happened, Francie?
Well, they were starting to leave. I tried to follow Fraser, but I made a mess of it.
You did fine, Francie.
There were near a dozen of them. A couple with guns.
You sure?
Sure enough to think they were going to shoot me. And that swine Ziggy Fraser said, why waste a bullet? Ambulance on its way, sir.
Good.
And Inspector Moss is coming back, sir. He's got one of them.
Right, you stay with Francie.
I'll do that, sir.
Come on, you. Move it.
Hey, don't shove, Mike.
This is our lot, Colin. The rest get away.
Let's see what kind of animal it is.
Who you calling an animal, huh? Oh, he hit me. You saw that?
Me? I didn't see anything.
What's your name?
Get stuffed.
Well, that's a nice name. Suits you.
Name. When it comes to attempted murder, I like to know who I'm charging.
Oh, here, steady on.
Attempted murder as a starter. There's Bootsy Malloy and Harry Dermond to follow.
Oh, look, no by me. I was with Ziggy Fraser, right?
I don't want a speech, just your name.
Rogan, Joe Rogan. Hey, look, maybe I thumped your sergeant a couple of times, but everybody was doing
Rogan,
that.
I'm going to caution you.
Oh, look, forget it. I know the drill, eh?
We're listening, Rogan.
Well, I got the word, see.
From Ziggy Fraser.
That's right. It was hiding bodies for a job, and that was a couple of weeks back.
What kind of job?
But Ziggy doesn't play that way. But it's big and soon. He needed a dozen of us. The pay was 2,000 quid.
That's good pay for hired muscle.
And tonight?
Well, it's just a wee talk. Like...
Just to make sure you knew about Bootsy Malloy.
Aye.
Look, I want names, Rogan. Every man who was there tonight.
No for me, mister. Look, you know about Ziggy. The word suit you want him, but that's my lot.
Well, I could make
no,
you.
I don't want to end up
Rogan.
dead.
Ziggy isn't running the show, is he?
No, it's a contract job laid on. Look, we get the stuff and the characters are dreamed up and Joe pays out. That's straight honest.
Book him, Phil. Attempted murder.
Oh, wait
Shut
a minute.
up. How's Francie Lang?
I'll let a hospital doctor answer that one. Meet me at headquarters, Phil.
Right.
Come on, you.
All right, made my head up.
Guns. With Fraser's crowd, I suppose we should have expected it.
And they'll use them.
We'll be ready for that.
There's one thing I'd like done, sir.
Well?
A 24-hour surveillance on the Walsh family.
The whole damn tribe, I haven't the men.
Then Gerald Walsh on his own.
Well, all right if it keeps you happy. Come. Oh, Moss, we're expecting you.
Sir?
How's Sergeant Lang?
Not too good. Broken ribs, fractured left arm, internal injuries. They'll have to operate.
Lang's tough.
Yeah, if he wasn't, he'd be dead by now.
Yeah, well, I'll go to the hospital in the morning. Thane, what's your plan?
Keep searching for Ziggy Fraser.
Yes. This warehouse at the West Quayside, the one Fraser's been using. Any luck there?
Some scraps of electrical wiring in a hut, some blue paint stains in the yard, that's all so far.
That's probably where Butcher Malloy resprayed those vans. The fingerprint boys are trying the place now.
Yeah, 2 large vans. Well, Thane?
I'll wait till morning, then try Malloy's girl again, sir.
Yeah, there's not much else left, is there? Well, get some sleep, both of you. Just leave me to my football fans. Damn all internationals. We'll probably lose anyway.
Sit down, Chief Inspector.
Thanks.
My mother's out.
That should make it easier.
She means well.
I know. Rose, just one question. Did Bootsy ever mention the art galleries to you?
Well, we went there once because it was raining.
Huh?
We didn't bother with the pictures, just looked at the stuffed animals and had a laugh about one of the Egyptian mummies. Bootsy said it looked the way my dad does after a few beers. Then, well, it stopped raining, so we left.
Was there anyone there he knew, Rose?
Well, yes, there was. A big grey-haired man and a girl who... Well, she could have been his daughter. Mind you, they walked right past that we didn't exist.
You mean Bootsy didn't speak to them?
No. But he did say the man was a big-shot gambler and that...
What?
I'm trying to remember. It was something about the man having a business deal lined up with Mr. Durman. But he didn't tell me the man's name or anything.
Would you know the man and girl again, Rose?
I think so. Mr. Thane, does it help? About who killed Bootsy, I mean.
It might, Rose. I think, yes, I think I'll have a look at the art galleries myself.
Can I help you, sir?
Just having a look round. It's a few years since I was here.
Well, you'll find some changes in the galleries, ain't you?
I can imagine. Someone told me there were art students working here.
That's usually what I do, sir. I think we've a girl in the Dutch room, copying their Rembrandts or something. I'm never sure what they kids are up to.
Thanks. Thanks very much. Dutch room. Oh, aye, here we are. Hello, Tracy.
Oh, hi.
And you're here too, Roy, are you?
Well, you get around.
This is hardly your scene, is it, Chief Inspector?
No, not really.
So it's business. You being here, I mean.
Mm-hmm. This your canvas, Tracy?
Yeah, a project, a class assignment.
It's not bad. You're in good company, of course. Rembrandt. Man in armour, isn't it?
That's what it says on the label.
It's chocolate box stuff.
Ah, well, I'm no judge. How long have you been working on this assignment, Tracy?
Oh, a month or so. When I get time between lectures.
People looking at her as if she was an animal in a zoo.
That's why Roy comes, to cheer me up.
Does your father ever call him?
He has a couple of times. Duty visits. Poor Daddy.
Well, he's pretty proud of you.
Suppose he is. Are you trying to say something, Chief Inspector?
Maybe.
Like what?
Well, trouble has a habit of snowballing. Makes sense to get rid of it when you can.
Get rid of what?
Roy.
You both knew Harry Durman. And, of course, Tracy, Harry Durman knew your father.
My father's got nothing to do with...
With what?
Oh, tell him, Roy. Let's get it over with.
Tracy.
Tell him, Roy, please.
All right. Look, I helped Harry Durman with a problem. He offered me 50 quid if I would.
What kind of a problem?
How to make chemical smoke pellets. Small ones. He said he needed them as a gimmick in a model engineering display.
Did you believe that?
I am on a student grant, Chief Inspector. I believe 50 quid. I asked one of my professors at university, and he turned it into a class project.
And you made the smoke pellets?
Well, the class did. We tried them out. One pellet will blanket a fair-sized room.
And Derman got them?
Yes. Then, after he was killed, we heard how Carol Jordan had been buying electronic gear.
And you began to sweat?
Yes.
And you've no idea why he really wanted those pellets?
If he had, he'd tell you.
All right. You'll both stay quiet about this for now, eh? I'll talk to you again.
Anything you say, Chief Inspector. Roy just wants a way out of this mess.
Chief Inspector Thane? Mm-hmm. I'm John Randolph, security officer of the galleries. Everything all right in there?
I've no problems.
Oh. No, one of our attendants is an ex-policeman, recognized you.
I see.
And we've just had a warning from our local CID people to be on our toes.
Then I'd just stay that way.
Chief Inspector, if there's any kind of security problem here, I really must be told.
You will be, Mr. Randolph, if there is.
Chief Inspector...
I'm sorry, Mr. Randolph. I've got to go. I have a colleague to meet. He's, researching another form of art.
Red 9. You would have lost again, Inspector Moss.
Now, that's the story of my life. I need a system.
Roulette's a gamble. The wheel has no memory, Inspector.
I'm hoping you have, Frank.
I thought you came here to see my father.
And he's out.
Oh, well, keep it short, Inspector. I've got work to do. Tonight's going to be a busy one when those football fans come back into town. Win, lose, or draw, they'll have money to burn.
And you're ready to stoke the fire. All right, it's more curiosity. Your old man says he met Chief Inspector Thane a long time ago.
But he didn't say how.
No.
Oh, that's typical. Yeah, it was years back. A raid on a poker game in a private club. There was a minor rumpus, and someone said the old man thumped a cop, but it was straightened out.
I see. Oh, well, now I can tell him. This is quite an operation you've got here. How much more of it will you have to carry once your father remarries?
Oh, no more than now. Gerald Walsh isn't the type who eases out gently.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, he thinks I'm still wet behind the ears.
So at his age, with his money, he could pack it in and go abroad.
You tell him. Anyway, Ruth wouldn't want it.
Do you mind him remarrying?
Everybody has his own life to lead.
Oh, that's true.
Tell my father that, too.
Mm-hmm. Hard to get along with, is he?
Ask me another time, Inspector, but not now. Don Blantyre and I are going to the game with him tonight, and I've a load of work to finish before I can get out of here.
Haven't you finished that report yet, Beach?
Oh, look, Sarge, it's complicated.
Look, I don't care if it's double-jointed, laddie. Get it finished.
Aye. Hey, here, what's going on anyway, Sarge? I mean, the Chief and Inspector Moss, well, have been going in and out of here like yo-yos all day.
Aye. Now, what's the time now?
7 o'clock. That's an hour till kick-off at Hampden.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Anything new, Mac?
No, sir. Well, those scientific bureau have been trying to get you.
Get someone to find me some tea, Mac. I need it.
I make that too.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Ever had to fight your way through a mob of football fans?
Rough.
The whole city's emptying out towards Hampden.
I will come through to my room, Phil. Oh, and Mac.
Yes, sir.
Hurry that tea, will you?
Right, sir.
Well, how do you get on, Colin?
Not much that matters. I looked into the hospital, though.
Fancy lying?
Aye.
How is he?
They've operated, they say he's comfortable.
Ah, the usual flannel.
Sit down, Phil. I've solved one mystery. That story Frank Walsh told you about when I first met his father.
Oh, the poker game raid.
It's been on my mind. Well, it came to me.
But Walsh?
No. Why we raided the game. Our inspector had a tip a man he wanted would be there. Ziggy Fraser, Phil.
Fraser?
He was minor league then, but we wanted him.
Not as much as we want him now.
No. Well, I better see what the Scientific Bureau want. Hello.
Yes, sir?
Get me Superintendent Lawrence at headquarters, please.
Right away, sir.
Did you know they've got a colour TV set rigged up in the radio room?
For the game?
Uh-huh.
Oh, here, there's a notion. Come in.
There's your tea, sir.
Oh, good.
I put them on the desk, Mac.
Right, sir.
Thanks.
Great.
All right, now.
Warm and wet. Oh, I needed this.
You're not alone. Thane.
Your call to Superintendent Lawrence, sir.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Dan.
I'm glad you called back, Colin. I have a wee surprise for you.
Not again.
About mink.
Now, look, Dan.
I mean it. I was talking to an electronics buffin and, mentioned those mink here as a bit of a joke.
Some joke.
Yeah, well, he didn't think it was funny either. You won't believe this, Colin. But, well, wear a thick fur coat with mink the ideal, and you'll beat almost any electronic vibration sensor system.
Say that again.
A gang in France did a couple of major jewel raids that way. The far damps down air movement enough to let a man reach a sensor unit without being detected. Then, well, he can put it out of action. That's all.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks very much.
What was that about?
We could be looking for a Ned in a mink coat.
You're kidding.
That's what Dan reckons.
Well, now there's something.
Phil, Walsh's first wife, now suppose she had a mink coat, and he kept it after she died.
Could be. But how did we find out for sure without a search warrant?
And who in his right mind's going to give us one on what we've got?
That's what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Finish that tea, Phil.
Eh?
Let's go and watch the TV.
Well, now there's a good idea.
Our law was there enough last time. It's
Not at all. He should have had the
Sit
ball
down,
over
Mike.
into
Your
the
head's in
centre
the way.
of the plate.
And stop your nattering.
Roy Morgan lining up to take the corner. Tremendous encouragement from the fans here. Right-footed, a high ball away to the far side. A header. Oh, the ball's headed again.
Sergeant.
Well, what is it, Orderly?
Sergeant.
Oh, right. Phil, outside.
Oh, yeah. All right.
5 minutes.
Well?
Message from headquarters, sir. Red priority Operation Mink.
Oh, thanks. Right.
Oh, what is it?
Read for yourself.
Chief Inspector Thane to Shaw Castle, Loch Lomond. Operation Mink. Rendezvous en route with county car and civilian expert John Randolph. Who's Randolph?
The security man at the art galleries.
Loch Lomond? What's Shaw's Castle?
Well, it's an old mansion out there. I've heard the name, that's all.
I've got the duty car out front, sir.
Let's go, Phil. Operation Mink.
Right in the middle of an international. And when we're winning for once.
Then, can you tell me what's happened?
Look, Mr. Randolph, I don't know a damn thing yet.
Not me. About anything.
You don't? My God, this is like a nightmare.
What's special about Shaw Castle?
The barrel collection, man.
Say that again.
The barrel collection. You've heard of it, I presume.
We've heard of it.
All right, Mr. Randolph, go on.
Thousands of works of art. Chinese porcelain, Etruscan bronze, Renaissance stained glass, Gobelin tapestries. Then the painting.
Oh, look, we don't need a catalogue. What the hell was it doing at the Shaw Castle place, and what's happened to it?
Well, I don't know. Yet. Except that the castle's been raided and part of the collection's gone. Then, do you know how much the barrel collection's worth?
No.
A minimum. An absolute minimum of £30 million.
30 million?
It could be more. How do you price something that starts off with a job lot of 22 Pegard originals?
But what was it doing at Shaw Castle?
Sir William Burrell gifted the collection to Glasgow.
Well, that was a long time ago.
About 30 years ago. With £500,000 to build a gallery for its display.
And the experts have been quarrelling ever since about where to build it, I know.
Well, it wasn't so simple. The deed of gifts said the gallery had to be located where the collection would be safe from air pollution. We had to keep the stuff everywhere. 8,000 pieces, from full-size doors from castles to things the size of thimbles.
And Shaw Castle?
Well, the gallery's building now. Shaw Castle's become an assembly point for the collection, cataloguing, cleaning work.
And your security?
Maximum. Electronic surveillance, guards.
Now we know.
Then, if the police knew anything like this might happen...
We'll worry about that one later. Let's get to Shaw Castle first.
Which of you is Chief Inspector Thane?
I am, sir.
I'm Superintendent Doherty, County Police. Man, we've a right foul up going. Did you bring this gallery security character?
That's him. His name's Randolph. The other one is Inspector Moss.
Right. Mr. Randolph.
Yes?
You and Moss better go straight into the castle and try to tell us what's missing.
All right. Mr. Randolph, this way.
Well, I'll tell you how it stands. There were 2 night security men on duty, and 2 of our own county cops as a backup, though we were told the place was as safe as a fort.
Famous last words.
Aye. Tonight, the automatic fire alarm began ringing. There was smoke, thick smoke.
Aye.
And the telephone lines went dead. While they were still trying to work that out, the guards were surprised and clubbed down. Well, it sounds daft, but the guards say one of the men
was wearing a mink coat.
Yes.
How did they get in, Superintendent?
God knows. But they went through the electronic locks, the lot, like they were butter. Afterwards, well, the guards had been tied up. One got free and raised the alarm. Come and see the rest for yourself. Over here, that wee tube on the table. We found a few of them. Chemical smoke bombs.
It's like a small transistor radio.
Remote control.
Now, well, that ties in, too.
Somebody wanders in with a bag of tools and says he's been sent to do a job. Nobody bothers to check, and he leaves these behind.
Then they raid the place, load up, and get away. My guess is they'd used 2 vans.
And they did. A farmer saw the vans leaving. Didn't think anything about it till later, of course. Here's Randolph coming back. Now we'll know the worst.
Well, Mr. Randolph?
Colin, he thinks about £2 million worth has gone.
2 million?
It's difficult to be exact. All I've got is a master list of numbered packing cases.
2 million is exact enough.
Even a high-powered Ned can't fence old masters like there were crates of whiskey.
You're wrong. Major masterpieces couldn't be marketed. But there are hundreds of other pieces, smaller things. They'd be snapped up in the open market abroad. No way of proving they were stolen.
What's that you've got?
Vase. Early me. Must have dropped it.
Mr. Randolph, how many people knew the bottle collection was being gathered here?
Department staff, 1 or 2 outside experts, art experts.
Any chance one of them might give a lecture to students afterwards on what they'd seen?
Art students? Well, we wouldn't encourage it.
And they'd know the security layout here, maybe even mention it?
But they are eminent men.
They're the worst.
Well, can't you imagine it? A lecturer letting his students into some little secrets.
No, I don't know.
What's in your mind, Thane?
A girl, Superintendent, a girl. And a football match.
The Walsh's thing. We tried to keep tabs on Gerald Walsh, but we lost him. One of those pre-match traffic jams.
But afterwards?
Here's the timetable. See for yourself.
Thank you, sir. Gerald Walsh and Ruth Blantyre drive up to the Silk Slipper Club at 11:30 p.m.
The first time after the game that we knew where he was.
Tracy Walsh and Roy Davidson surface about the same time at Walsh's house. And that's it.
I know. You wanted surveillance on the whole Walsh tribe. If I'd done what you wanted... Not that I'm making an apology, Thane.
I understand, sir.
I don't think that helps. Come. Hello, Moss. Come in.
So?
Any luck, Phil?
On the nose with the second of those art experts I tried.
One of the people who knew about Shaw Castle and the barrel collection.
That's right, sir. A name of Jeremy Garrick. He admits he gave a lecture to art students afterwards.
And spelled out most of the security arrangements.
Aye. He thought it gave the lecture some colour.
Yeah, I'll give him colour. What about the Walsh girl?
She was one of the students.
Phil.
Aye?
Go out to Walsh's home, collect his daughter, and take a look through the wardrobes.
And we're looking for a mink coat.
Well, that's all you tell her, Phil. Then bring her straight back to the Silk Slipper Club. I'll be there with Walsh.
Mr. Walsh will see you in his office, Chief Inspector. If you'll come with me...
Don't bother, I know the way. Beach, sir, come on. Here we are.
Back again, Thane.
That's right.
Hello, Chief Inspector.
Miss Blantyre.
Who's this with you?
Detective Constable Beach, sir. About your daughter, sir.
Tracy?
Has something happened to her?
No, but I'm having her brought here.
Your what?
Having her brought here. Has she been with you any part of tonight?
Now, wait a minute. What's he doing?
Just taking a shorthand note, sir.
Did she tell you where she'd be this evening?
Thane, what is going on?
Did she tell you?
Well, she said something about going to a disco club with Roy.
If that long-haired creep has landed on some kind of a jam...
Gerald, let them tell it.
All right.
Go on, Chief Inspector.
Thanks. Walsh, your daughter and Davidson held back information concerning the murder of Harry Derman. We now have reason to believe they may also be able to help us in inquiries into another matter.
What other matter?
A major robbery tonight.
Thank God help you for this.
When did you last see your daughter?
At home this evening before I went to the International.
Did you go with him, Miss Blantyre?
No, Frank and my brother did. I stayed at the house. Tracy left about an hour later.
Then what did you do?
Well, eventually I went into town to meet Gerald for a meal. Frank and Don were there too, like we'd arranged, and... Well, Gerald turned up eventually.
We got separated in the crowd outside the ground before the game began. You would have lost a regiment in that kind of crush. And then I had problems getting back to town afterwards.
But Don Blantyre and your son didn't stay with you after the meal.
They went off to a party somewhere. What is all this got to do with Tracy?
I like to place people. Tell me, Mr. Walsh, how well does she know Ziggy Fraser?
Like I knew Harry Derman. But Tracy hasn't even heard of him.
Tracy hasn't heard of who, Dad?
Tracy, you all right?
Oh, she's fine.
They'd pushed you
Don't
around.
play the heavy, Dad. Not right now. Hello, Ruth. Tracy, we were worried. I'm all right.
Phil, close the damn door.
Oh, sorry. Colin, we didn't find it.
Oh, thanks, Phil.
Dad, I asked already. Who's Ziggy Fraser?
Just a man.
Ever heard of him, Miss Walsh?
No. He sounds like a footballer.
Well, he isn't.
Thane, what were you looking for in my house? I want to know.
Did your first wife own a mink coat, Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
Dad, they looked in that wardrobe, but the coat, it isn't there. Or anywhere else.
I know that. I sold the thing. Didn't I tell you?
No.
Well, I did.
I don't mind. I just didn't know.
Miss Walsh, where were you tonight?
At a disco in town with Roy.
Thank God for that. Tracy, they say you and Roy knew something about Derman's murder.
Well, we were going to tell you, Dad.
You were going to tell me. All right, then. What more do you want?
We're finished for now.
And you just walk out after searching my house, dragging my daughter here?
I didn't say it was over, Mr. Walsh, not for a minute. Phil, Beach, sir, come on. It's dark enough out there.
How long have we been waiting now?
20 minutes. Still, give them time.
But for what, sir?
At Beach. Just watch Walsh's car like you were told.
Sorry, sir.
Erickson.
Yes, sir.
When he leaves, we follow. But not too close, understand?
I've done it before, sir.
You know, I'd like a nice steak and chips.
Well, that wouldn't do your ulcer much good.
That'd be worth it.
Sir, coming out the club, that girl.
That's Tracy Walsh. And the soft hat and raincoat, that's her father.
They're getting in the car, sir.
All right, Erickson. Don't lose them.
I won't, sir.
Still heading south, Colin. Much more of this and we'll be out of town.
I know, but where's he going? Doesn't make sense.
He's got a fright there. You know, he hit that truck. Drives like a ruddy woman.
He does.
Erickson, take him now.
Right, sir.
Come out of there, Miss Blantyre. You too, Tracy.
Well, we tried, I suppose.
Yes, you had me fooled for a bit. Where's Gerald?
I don't know. And no use asking me either. We were just going out for a drive together. No harm in that, is there?
Tracy, did your father tell you there had been a robbery?
He said something about it.
The Burrell collection, Tracy, at Shaw Castle. You had a lecture about it, hadn't you?
Yes, but
And about the security system?
But I didn't talk about it, except...
At home. Now, look, girl, your pal's old friend Ziggy Fraser had the contract for the raid, and Harry Derman was working on it when he was killed.
Gerald hasn't done anything.
Then why this little charade?
Because he was worried sick over your thinking Tracy was involved. He seemed to think there was a way he could stop that. It's true. That's why he said...
Said what?
Nothing.
Tracy, he's dealing with a bunch who've murdered. Your father's in danger, even if Don and Frank are there.
You can't mean that. Not Don and Frank. They couldn't...
We don't know. Do you?
They were all at that football match.
Can you prove it?
Gerald was. He met some people he knew. A couple of them came back to eat with us.
Then why the hell didn't he tell me that earlier?
What did you ask?
Chief Inspector, do you really think he's in danger?
Yes.
He wanted the keys for the old bingo hall.
Why?
Frank has been there lately.
I see. Beach?
Sir?
Stay with the ladies and see them home. We'll radio for help as we go. Good luck.
Over here, Thane.
You made good time, sir.
And so did you. Hello, Moss.
Aye, sir.
Well, I've got the old bingo hole cordoned off, like you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
There are lights moving inside. I have a full squad waiting. We can move straight in.
Maybe we should know what we're going into first, sir.
Yes, yeah. Take Moss with you.
Yes, sir.
Right, well, I've armed a few men just in case. Better take this revolver with you.
Yes, sir.
And go carefully.
Go carefully, he says. I can't see a damn thing, it's so dark.
Well, this lane should take us round the side of the hall.
What the hell?
It's a cat, relax. This is the side of the hole, all right.
No, what's left of it. It must have been quite a fire.
There's not much more than a shell left. Hey, wait a minute, that door.
It's an emergency exit or something.
Oh, well, let's try it.
Oh, it's jammed with debris.
No, wait a minute. Just a bit more of a heave. Oh, that's done it.
Well, if they didn't hear that, they're all stone deaf.
Well, it's still quite enough. All right. We can squeeze in.
Oh, what a shambles.
Looks like half the roof fell in. Hey, wait. On ahead there.
Well, yes, that's it then. 2 big vans. And look at the size of the container truck.
They're loading it. Now, we can get a bit nearer.
How did they get these trucks in here?
Well, there was a car park at the back of the hall, then that hole in the rear wall.
Tarpaulin screen, that's clever. So they'll load the stuff onto the container truck.
Our next stop anywhere. 7 men loading.
The hired help. What about the ones we really want?
Up there, Phil, behind the balcony. There's a light there.
The manager's office, maybe?
Oh, well, let's find out. Stairs should be around here. Ah, here we are. Quietly now, Phil.
Oh, you don't need to tell me. I don't want to end up like Francie Lang.
Damn fool. You're the fool for coming here, sticking your nose in, right, Sticky? Nobody invited you, Gerald. Now you're just a problem.
Here, Phil.
I see them. It's nice of them to leave the office door open.
Try to get closer.
The police think Tracy was involved. We even think I was in this. And I'd say that was your worry. Don.
Yes, Frank.
How much longer should that loading take?
Finished any minute, but you can't leave antiques around like coal bags.
You get better money for them, too.
Ziggy, you'll never fence this stuff.
Not my worry, Gerald, old pal. Your bright boy's son has that organized.
Don's got a few contacts.
That's right. We can cope, so relax, Gerald.
Relax. Damn you.
That shuts his
Phil,
mouth for a
he's back.
spell.
Maybe you shouldn't have hit him so hard.
Well,
Phil, get back out to Ilford. He can get his squad in the same way we came.
all right. Hey, what about you?
I'll keep them occupied here. Play for time. You had Blantyre, they're almost ready to go.
Right.
Look, Phil, take this with you.
Oh, your gun? But you'll need it.
It wouldn't help me, not now.
All right. Good luck.
Hello, Ziggy. Thane. We've been looking for you.
Back off. Steady, you fool.
Keep clear of him.
A little man with a big gun. That's your scene, all right, Ziggy.
We'll need to get out.
Oh, shut his mouth or I'll shut it for him.
Oh, you're good at that, Ziggy. I saw how you fixed Gerald.
All right, where's the rest of your squad?
Waiting. Your father, Frank, you'd better help him up.
Don, you do it.
All right, but...
Get him up.
Thane, how did you get here?
Aye, that's what I'd like to know. Ziggy, finish him and we'll get out now. The rest of the stuff doesn't matter.
Now, look, if there's more of his kind outside, we need him and your old man. They're our tickets out of here.
Oh, you're right. Don, get down there, warn the men. Tell them to get that container closed up fast. Come straight back the moment they're ready.
Yes, Frank. All right, Thane, stay like that while I check you over.
It's a waste of time.
He's clean.
And you're fouled up. £2 million fouled up. You should know better, Ziggy. Never go thieving with amateurs.
Amateurs? It's all worked out, Thane, or it did, till this old idiot arrived.
Frank.
You swore that you weren't followed, damn you.
Frank, if you don't do anything else, tell him Tracy wasn't in this.
Tracy. She just gave me an idea. And a way of getting out from under you, dear father.
Ah, come on, never mind the family stuff. Now, look, Frank. Once we're clear, Thane and your old man are your worry, not mine. Know what I mean?
Like it was with Harry Derman.
Eh?
What kind of an operator kills his top technician before a job?
Derman got greedy.
But he also brought Ziggy to you, right?
Ah, well, we did a deal. But if you're trying to talk anybody into another one, Thane, forget it.
I'm curious. What's Don Blantyre's angle, Frank?
Money. He plays the tables and keeps losing.
So he covered up for you while you killed Harry Derman.
Derman wanted an extra payoff. He got it.
Because you were scared, Frank. Scared because when you wouldn't pay, Derman said he'd tell your father.
Shut up.
And you're scared of your father, aren't you, Frank?
Shut up!
Hey, there's your partner, Ziggy. A scared pea-green amateur.
Frank, look, son. Shut up!
Frank, I'll tell you how we work it getting out of here. We take the container van and a truck. Thane in one and your old man in the other. And if we see as much as a beat cop ready to sneeze...
That's the spot, sir. Down the lane, then the small emergency side door.
Yes, right, Moss. We know the rest.
But watch the rubble inside.
Yeah, we'll cope.
Sir, I'll go in first. Give me a few seconds of a start.
Yes, all right. On you go.
Thanks.
Sergeant.
Sir.
Everybody ready?
Ready,
sir. Yes, sir.
Draw battens.
Right.
Follow me. Quietly.
All set, Frank. No sign of anyone outside. The container's closed.
Ready to go? All right, Ziggy?
Aye. Now get your old man on his feet. You, Thane, help him.
If that's what you want. Easy, Gerald.
Thanks. Thane, I'm sorry.
Get up.
Leave him. Moss! What the hell? Fraser, don't. I don't like guns, but I can use them.
Take him, Ziggy. Take him.
Damn you, yes!
Thane, are you there? Thane.
It's finished up here, too, sir.
I heard shots. Are you all right, Moss?
Fine. I'm fine.
Well, who's this on the floor?
Ziggy Fraser.
Oh, the late Ziggy Fraser.
You'll want this back, sir.
The gun, oh, yeah, yes. Well, what happened?
Ziggy always did have cowboy notions. He fired first.
I see. Right. Sergeant McLeod.
Yes, sir.
Get these people down to the car.
Right, yes, sir.
You too, Mr. Walsh.
Yes. Right, come on now. Move.
I'm sorry, Gerald.
Come on you go, laddie.
Don't push, and don't push.
I can do more than push now if you do not get on with you.
Well, that seems to be the lot, Thane.
I think so, sir.
Good. Can't help feeling a bit sorry for Walsh Sr. Still, he's got his daughter and the Blantyre woman.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Moss.
Sir.
I wouldn't let having to shoot Fraser worry you.
He did fire first, sir. I hadn't much choice.
Yes, quite. Oh, by the way, there was a message on the radio just before all this started. Francie Lang's off the danger list.
Oh, good.
Well, I feel better already.
Hospital says he should be back to work in about a month or so.
Community involvement. He liked that job.
Yeah, that's right. I'm off to telephone his wife and give her the good news. Good night.
Good night,
Good night, sir.
Hey, Colin. Who won? The game, I mean.
I'm damned if I know, Phil. Let's find out.
That was Draw Battens, adapted for radio from his book by Bill Knox, with Paul Kermack as Chief Inspector Thane and Gerard Slevin as Inspector Moss. The part of Superintendent Ilford was played by Martin Cochrane. Dan Lawrence, Willie Joss, Sergeant Lang, Robert Doherty, Sergeant MacLeod, Charles Kearney, P.C. Beach, Michael Bruce. Davidson, Alex Norton, Frank Walsh, John Shedden, Gerald Walsh, Bryden Murdoch, Tracy Walsh, Virginia Stark. Ruth Blantyre, Mary Riggins, Don Blantyre, Ian Dewar, Rose, Jennifer Angus, and John Randolph, Arthur Boland. The play was produced by Gordon Emsley.